Testing one, two. Testing. Okay. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Cool Beans Hot Stuff. Today is Mental Health Mondays, which means we're going to go over a mental health topic. And today we are going, well, first things first, how are you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. I had a pretty awesome weekend. Me and my cutie pie went to Shabu Shabu this weekend and had a celebratory dinner for her getting a job at Amazon. So congratulations, cutie. I know you're watching. Super proud of you. And finishing a badass sweater that she just crocheted out of nothing. She just, with a bunch of yarn, sat there going at it with a big old batch of fucking yarn until a fucking sweater came out. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. So she made a badass sweater. She's making me a badass sweater now, too. So when she's finished with that, we're going to go celebrate at Shabu Shabu again this weekend. But I had a pretty awesome weekend. We had some good food, had a really good time. And yeah, hope you guys had a good weekend too. So, anyways, today is Mental Health Mondays, which means we're going to go over a mental health topic. And today we're going to finish my book list. I had plans to do a whole stream where I go over my top 8 self-help books. Out of I think we did the math the last stream, because this is part 2, if you didn't see it in the title, part 2 of my self-help book list, because last time I only got through 4 of them. I only got through numbers 8 through 5, and this is like the top 8 of my self-help books, my favorite self-help books out of, I think it was like 46, 48 that I've read throughout my life. These were the top 8, my favorites. And last time I did this topic, I planned on doing all 8 of them, plus some honorable mentions at the end there, and only got to 4 of them. I ended up just shooting my fucking mouth off, just talking, because I love to hear myself talk. That's why I'm a streamer. So I just talked and talked and talked, and it ended up being like a 4-hour stream. I think I literally spent an hour talking about each book, because these books really did help me out a lot in life. I learned a lot from them. I have revisited them, not all of them, but most of them numerous times. There's one here we're going to get into today where I've read it once a year since I bought it, twice a year sometimes. I probably read it 8 or 9 times. And it's just one of my favorite books of all time. I love it. And it completely changed the way I view life, completely changed my life, the quality of my life for the better. So all these books, I have a lot to say about them, I guess, from a personal experience standpoint. And I guess I just talked way too fucking much about that shit on that stream, because 4 hours into it, I only got through 4 books, and I was like, God, I need to eat, you guys. Like, I need to take a shit. Like, I need to go to bed. Like, so we'll go ahead and complete this on another day, do the second half. And that's what we're doing today. Second half of my self-help book list, numbers 4 through 1 today. So my top 4 favorite self-help book lists, plus some honorable mentions that I didn't throw in the top 8. Basically, I guess they could go numbers 9, 10, and 11. Yeah, but I don't know why I decided to do top 8. I don't know why. Anytime I do these streams and I'm like the top this, the top that, I never do a top 10. It's always like a top 8, a top 7, a top 9, a top 12. It's where do I get these random fucking numbers from? I don't know what the deal is. But anyways, today we're going to do the top 4 best self-help books that I've ever read in my life. So I'm really excited about this. I love talking about this subject. Obviously, I have a lot to say. I wouldn't have done a 4-hour long stream. Coincidentally, that 4-hour long stream is the most watched stream on my channel. For being a 4-hour long stream from some fucking nobody sitting in his house, it's gotten like 300 views, which I know on YouTube that's not particularly amazing, but it is for somebody that nobody knows who's just talking for 4 hours straight. That's pretty good. I was like, wow, geez, 300 people went and looked at that video. So definitely deserved a second go ahead. And I'm excited to do it. I enjoy talking about this subject, obviously. So it'll be a pretty fun stream. And I hope it's an enjoyable stream. I hope you find a lot in here that can help you out. Maybe some suggestions. Maybe you're able to pick up a couple of these books. With every book that I do mention, we have meditations here. We'll talk about this. This is an honorable mention. But I'll always have the Amazon link in the description to the video. So if you do feel like, oh, wow, that is a sick book, you can just go down to the description, click on it, and, buy it unless you have a different place you purchase your books from. But the link is there if you want to use it, if you feel like, wow, that sounds like I really need that in my life. Hopefully there's something here for you. If not, then maybe go check out the other self-help book list. It should be sitting in my mental health playlist on the YouTube channel, so you can go check that one out. Look at those 4 books and see if one of those 4, because they're all very vastly different. Another reason why I picked these 8 books specifically is because they're all very different from each other. There's no repetitive what you're going to learn in these books. Like, yeah, because that's a problem with a lot of self-help books. Once you've read about 30 or 40 of them, you'll realize that a lot of them are just repeating the same information. You're getting the same shit from this book. You could probably get it from this book, or you'll get a good different collection of things in one book that you could find in 2 or 3 other books. But ultimately, a lot of the information in the self-help world is just being recycled from one writer to the other. Nasty nose noises. Trying to mute for you. So, anyways, where was I with that before the nasty nose noises? That's a tongue twister. Yeah, so these 8 books across the whole 2 streams are very unique to themselves. You're still going to find other books that are recycling their ideas. Like, there's plenty of books that are recycling Marcus Aurelius's ideas on Stoicism in his meditations, right? But a lot of them got these ideas from Marcus Aurelius, and he has a very unique way that he goes about it. And that's the same with all these books. All these books are very unique to themselves. You can find the material in them in other books, but this was my favorite way that the material was given to me. The style of the writing, the voice of the writer, whatever it was, the way that the book was outlined. We talked about Jocko Willink's Extreme Ownership last stream that I talked about this. I think that was number 7 or 6 on my book list. That one I really enjoyed because the layout was so simple. It was so easy. It's not saying anything particularly new that you won't find in other books, but Jocko's got a very distinct voice that he talks into. If you don't know who Jocko Willink is, go check out that other stream or go look him up on YouTube. He has his own YouTube channel. He's very straight cut Navy SEAL. He's a Navy SEAL and he acts like a Navy SEAL. He's like the quintessential Navy SEAL, right? He sounds, acts, looks the way you would expect a Navy SEAL guy to do all those things. And I enjoy that. The way that he presents the material is very straight cut, straightforward, very militaristic, and this is your objective. This is how you complete it. And it's very simple to understand. You can't fuck it up. And he brings in a war story. With every lesson that he gives you in the book, it's emphasized with a story from an actual moment that he had in war where he learned a valuable lesson, a lesson that resulted in his life being saved or him saving someone else's life or them completing a mission that was very difficult to complete. And if you're the kind of person that enjoys war movies or anything like that, then that book is very entertaining. So it has that very simple, straightforward way of going about shit. He has that military voice that kind of I find humorous and very endearing. A lot of young men, I think, find that endearing. They like kind of having somebody to talk at them like, listen, you fucking idiot, this is how you do it. So for some reason, young men really gravitate towards that kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? They're that authoritative, drill sergeant-esque kind of self-help style, right? And then he has the war stories in there too that make it a very entertaining book. So it's still the material in it as far as like self-help goes is in other books. You'll find it in other books and other formats. This was the format it came in that to me I was like, ooh, that resonates with me more. So all these books, that's a disclaimer for all of them. Another disclaimer, same as the last stream before we hop too deep into this and start going through the actual books. Want to throw out another disclaimer. I said it on the last video as well, but it's worth going over again. For anybody who sees this on YouTube for the first time, hasn't checked out that last stream. If you are watching this on YouTube, by the way, hope you also had a good weekend. Hope you enjoyed the content too and find something useful. And if you do, then please like the video. Always helps the video a lot in the algorithm. And consider subscribing. Check out some of my other videos. See if I have any other content you like. And if so, then consider subscribing to the channel. But either way, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoy and I hope you learned something from it. But back to what I was talking about. Other disclaimer that I went over in my last stream is self-help books are really just advice. It's one way to think about it is that it's just a giant collection of advice that somebody's giving you. Sometimes that advice comes from a professional know-how, like a psychologist. Today we have a book on here by a psychologist who takes his expertise and puts that gives that to you in his book, like, this is what we know from what I know from what I've studied in psychology, and this is how I think you can help myself, and this is science backed, studied backed ways of being able to improve your life. I'm gonna I got a nicotine pouch in my mouth, so I'm not just pulling random shit out of my mouth. Oh, that's good coffee. And then there's going to be other people in the self-help world that are writing books based off of their own personal experience. They're saying, this is how I changed my life. We got another guy too here that has a very similar thing. He ain't a psychologist. He never went to school for shit, but he has a really incredible life story and how he went about changing his life trajectory from being, a a nobody that ultimately creates nothing from himself. He changed that trajectory and became something really big in life and inspired tons of people to do the same. And this is how he changed his own mindset in life. And so you're going to get books like that. But regardless, it's all advice coming from somebody, whether it's an expertise or life experience. In some of the worst self-help books, it doesn't come from either. I noticed some self-help books are recycling other people's ideas, like legitimately they're actually just taking ideas from other books and cataloging them into their own book and then calling it a self-help book. That's unfortunately happens too. None of the books on this list are that way, though, in my opinion. So in any case, the reality, is when it comes to advice, best advice I was ever given was be careful whose advice you take, because some people that are out there giving advice, everybody's out there giving advice almost. I give people advice on this channel and I don't have any expertise that says I should be doing that. A lot of people, I'm just like to hear themselves talk, right? And hey, that's why I stream. I like to fucking hear myself talk. I happen to think I have a buttery smooth, sexy voice. Okay, maybe not that, but I like it. I like to sit and chat, so I like to talk. A lot of people just like to hear themselves talk. A lot of people are going to give you advice that's legit shit advice, man. Some people, like, they give themselves advice and it's like they don't even hear themselves, and you'll get advice from some people and you'd be like, dude, that's the worst shit I've ever heard. Don't ever tell anybody that. That's so dangerous. Like, that's such bad advice. You're going to, like, screw people up if they take you seriously. Don't tell people that. You shouldn't be giving advice, bro. And then some people have good advice to give you. It's just not the advice you need in your life right now, right? The kind of advice that I need in my life right now, because we could always all use advice. We can all use help in life. Doesn't matter how successful you are. Doesn't matter who you are. Never be ashamed to admit, hey, I need a little help, or a little help would just be nice. I don't need it, but I'll take any help I can get. Yeah. Any help that I might need in my life right now is going to be different than the help you need in your life right now, because we're two completely different people on two completely different trajectories with two completely different goals. We come from different places. There's some pieces of advice that are universal to everybody. Excuse me. That was a burp. Real nasty one. Some pieces of advice are universal to people, and some pieces of advice aren't. Some pieces of advice are very particular to certain individuals who might come from a certain place in life or who have specific goals in life. And so, not all these books are going to benefit everybody. I'm going to, the very first one that I'm going to throw up here, disclaimer for that one, a lot of y'all are going to look at it and be like, what? That's not even like a self-help book. Why the fuck are you putting that on here, dude? Like, I thought this was like therapy and shit. How to be like a good person, or, kumbaya, fucking Goose Fraba type shit is what you were going to talk about today. And the first book I put up here is going to be very distinctly for a specific kind of person who could use this book, right? And if you don't have the problems this book is talking about, then it's probably not going to be a book that you need. But for people who do have those problems, this book is like amazing for them, right? And you'll understand. This will all become clear here in a minute when I pop up this first book, number 4 on the list. But you don't need every piece of advice out there. You don't even need every piece of advice in a self-help book. Again, a really intelligent friend of mine, my buddy Taylor. Shout out to my buddy Taylor. He watches my streams occasionally, and very intelligent dude, one of the most intelligent men I've ever met in my life. And I've met some pretty smart people. He's very, very intelligent. And I remember him talking with him one day, and we were talking about self help books. And he's like, yeah, I like this book, that book. He's like, but this book is probably the one I got the most from. And, because you don't ever read a self help book and take everything out of it. And I don't know why that hadn't clicked to me. I'd already read maybe like 5 or 10 books, like I had just started into reading self help books. This was in my late 20s. And that never occurred to me. I was reading these books and trying to take everything in them as advice. And then my friend was just like, "No, you don't do that. Like you just take what you need from the book. The rest of it, it isn't for you." And I was like, "Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Like I feel so stupid. Like you're so smart, it makes me feel stupid." Like you're right. I just need to take little pieces of info from these books that mean the most to me, and the things I disagree with, and I don't use them. And so that's a good practice with self-help books. You should always do that. You don't have to take every piece of advice in every self-help book you read. A lot of self-help books you read, if you get into those numbers like me or more, because there's people out there who've read way more books than me, but once you get into a certain amount of self-help books, you're kind of in a point where a lot of them you're going to kind of toss anyways. You're going to run into some bad ones. But even from the really good self-help books, like all these books on my list, I don't take every single piece of advice that the writer gives me. I just take what's best for me in that moment. And then a lot of these books I reread them at a later date, and I'll find something new where it's like, oh, I forgot that was in that book, and that's great advice, and I need to write that down, remember that, practice that in my life or whatever. So just be careful whose advice you take. Know what kind of advice is good for you in your life right now. Is easier said than done. You don't know what you don't know. If you knew the advice that would be best for you, then you wouldn't need anybody to give it to you because you'd already know it, right? But for those people out there who are completely and utterly lost and have no idea, a lot of us understand. Like me in my life, I'm at a point where certain books that I'm talking about, I'm like, ooh, I need to reread that book because I need more discipline in my life, right? I know like my discipline has been a little bit lower than it used to be maybe 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was like Mr. Discipline. I was like the poster child of discipline. I would wake up same time every day, have breakfast done by then. I had my whole day structured in 30-minute segments. And I could tell you where I was going to be that day in a 30-minute interval. Like by this point at 3:30, I'm going to be doing this. At 5:30, I'm going to be doing this. At 2 o'clock, I'm going to be doing this. I, woke up, went to the gym, went to work, got out of work, went to MMA, did 2 hours of MMA, got back, ate really good meals. I didn't drink soda. I didn't drink alcohol. I didn't smoke cigarettes. I didn't smoke weed. I didn't do shit. I was like straight and narrow, baby. And just bam, 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 knocking it out all day. And it was one of the most productive points in my life when I was like that. And, things happen. I think what ended up happening is I ended up getting a job at the detention center. I got a job as a correctional officer for a couple years, and it was a very stressful job, and it was also like I did 12-hour shifts on that job, and that kind of messed my schedule up quite a bit, and I didn't have time in my life to do a lot of this self-help stuff, read books and sit and meditate every day. I just got back into meditating last week. I used to meditate 20 minutes a day. I did that every day for 2 or 3 years, or somewhere into it, maybe 2.5 years. Meditate 20 minutes every day, no fail, and was so just on the ball with shit. And then I got out of it. I got busy. Life gets busy. Things happen. Shit changes. It's inevitable. A lot of things in my life changed for the better, but I got a house. That was a big thing in my life that for a while that this was my main concern, is just getting the house and then moving into the house and then fixing certain things on the house. That was my main concern in life. Got a cutie pie who knits me all kinds of awesome sweaters in her spare time. That's a huge plus in life. Big benefit there. And, so other things took precedent in my life outside of this, but I just finally last week got back into my 10-minute meditations and slowly working up to it. But these are things, life does this. It just changes, right? You know what I'm saying? Life changes, and you'll have moments where you realize, I need to have a little more of this in my life. As you get older, it gets easier. I feel like for me personally, I don't know if it's that way for everybody. For me, as the older I get, the easier it is for me to look at myself and say, yeah, this is how you suck. This is how you're fucking up, my dude. And this is what you need to do. You need more discipline in your life. All right. You need to be less like this and more like this. You need to drop this aspect of your life and focus on this. It gets easier for me to direct myself where I feel like I need to go. And then I can seek out the advice that I'm looking for, right? I can look to people who are more disciplined than me and say, okay, what are some of your secrets? What's the book on discipline? Give it to me, throw it down. But when you're young, I think, and you're just getting started in this, it can be really hard to know what the advice is that you actually need. So a good idea to do that is watch YouTube videos about self-help books and learn about them. That's what I'm going to be giving to you today. All I'm doing with these books is going to give you a rundown of each book. We're going to, in some cases, we're going to read about the author of the book, particularly if the author, what expertise he's bringing to the table or what life experience he's bringing to the table that informs his book and his opinions and his advice in this book. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the book. I'm going to give you, I have each book downloaded on my phone too, so I can run through some of the chapter titles and give you an idea of the kind of specific stuff you're going to find in the book. And then we're going to give you a list of pros from the book, things that I liked about the book, why I thought the book was really awesome, and then some cons, because no book is perfect, some things about the book that I think aren't particularly good or some people might not like, and then give you my key takeaway from the book. This is why it's on my self-help list. This is the big thing that it changed in my life, right? And if that all sounds good, if you find one of these and you're like, fuck, that he sold me on that book. Some of these books are going to get sold on. You're going to be like, dude, damn, maybe none of them, hopefully at least one of them, right? Because these are my top 4, you guys. So I'm throwing out the big guns, right? So if I miss you with everything, then fuck, I don't know how to help you. You might want to go talk to a therapist. Just kidding. But this is, my best book. So hopefully you'll at least find something in here in this stream plus the last stream I did that appeals to you and you'll be willing to look into. If you're interested in self-help books, you might not be. You might just be really fucking bored and have nothing else to do in your life, and that's why you're watching me, which is cool too. Welcome to the show. But a lot of these books, probably most of them, are going to be books where you're like, that sounds fine, but it's not what I need in my life right? So that's a disclaimer. This isn't the list of the best self-help books ever. This is a list of my favorite self-help books. And that's an important distinction to make. These are the books that helped me personally. And that doesn't mean that they're going to help you. And the only person that's going to really know that at the end of the day, who can say that the best is either you or a therapist if you have one, right? Because a therapist that cares and really works closely with you, they would probably be able to tell you, yeah, you should probably get this book. But you specifically, in lieu of having that in your life, you specifically are the only person that can really make that call. Okay, so that's my little spiel. That's my disclaimers. And I think we're ready to go. So we're going to start with number 4 on my book list, the first book of today's stream. And like I told you, it's a very specific book. It's very distinct. It has a very specific subset of people that it's being marketed to. It is Alan Carr's The Easy Way to Stop Smoking. So if you're not a smoker, you're going to be like, well, this sure as shit isn't a self-help book for me. And for the most part, you're right, because the book is entirely about stopping smoking. But in the process of stopping smoking, Alan Carr has a handful of different books. It's Alan Carr's, he has the whole series is The Easy Way. Alan Carr's Easy Way. The Easy Way to Stop Smoking. The Easy Way to Stop Drinking. The Easy Way to Stop Masturbating. Okay, I don't know if that's the thing, but, nowadays it probably should be, because I hear tell a lot of people have an issue with that one. So, Alan Carr's got a whole series, though, of The Easy Way to Stop Whatever, The Easy Way to Quit Whatever, and all of these books. So even though you might not be a smoker, I'm going to give you his website here in a minute. We're going to go to his website and look at what he's got going on, like his shop and everything, and that'll be linked in the comments or linked in the description of the video, too. Another burp. As soon as I start streaming, I'm just a fucking burping maniac. It's just burp after burp after burp. I don't know where these burps even come from. I've hardly even ate breakfast. I had like 2 Eggos today, so I don't know what the fuck I'm burping up. But burps aside, even if you don't smoke, The Easy Way to Stop Smoking, he has different variations of it. And if you have an issue maybe with drinking, and you might not be a full-fledged alcoholic. If you're a full-fledged alcoholic, you should look closer into like going to rehab and going through the 9 steps and things like that, in my personal opinion. But if you still really like your alcohol, you're not an alcoholic, but you do drink a little too much, The Easy Way to Quit Drinking And there's a handful of other variations. I forget what they all are. And it's been a while since I even looked it up. So there might be more than I remember. And masturbation might actually be on there. And there's going to be something in there for you. You know, there's going to be an easy way to quit something in there for you. And the most important thing that I got out of this book wasn't that it helped me quit smoking, because it did. It helped me kick a habit that I had for 13 years. I was a heavy smoker, 13 years. At the end of that long run, I was like 3 packs a day. Man, that's how, I mean, I smoked 3 packs a day. And, you know, we're going to hop over here to my rant screen. You're going to get real used to this screen on today's episode, because I got a lot of personal rants with a lot of these. Going to share personal stories from these books. I used to smoke so fucking much. I used to work in recording studios. I worked in recording studios for about 8-9 years in Los Angeles, Denver, Phoenix. I lived in those cities, worked in those cities, made, I don't know, tons of music, at least hundreds and hundreds, if not at least a solid 1,000 artists that I've recorded, right? And when I worked in Los Angeles, I was able to record a gold album. I got credited on a gold record. The Neighborhood, if you ever heard of The Neighborhood, the song Sweater Weather, that the whole album, I Love You, they have that song Sweater Weather. 'Cause it's too cold for you here. You heard that song? So I recorded that song. Or I wasn't the head engineer, but I was an assistant engineer on that recording. And so, fun fact about me. And I got credited on that recording. That's a gold album that I got. I don't think it went platinum. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it to see. I might be credited on a platinum album. How fucking cool would that be? Right? Throw that on my resume. But I know it's at least gold. It went gold shortly after we recorded it. And I was credited on that album as Tony Two Cigs because I was new to the studio. I was an intern at the studio, and all studio interns, if they get credited at all, you're lucky to get credited as a studio intern because you're not being paid to be there. You're working your way up to a paid job. Most interns don't ever get credit. If you do get credited, you always get credited by your nickname. In LA, that's the way that it works usually. And, you know, some people's experience might be different, but the majority of friends that I had working in recording studios in LA at that time, that was how it was. You got credited on the album by your studio nickname. Every intern has a studio nickname, and mine was Tony Two Cigs. And they called me Tony Two Cigs, one, because it was kind of gangster, right? It was kind of like, you know, and then there was Tony Two Times. They called him that because he said everything 2 times. Like, I'm going to go get the papers, get the papers. And I don't know if you've ever seen Goodfellas. That's from Goodfellas. But it's like, you know, it kind of has like a little gangster ring to it, which I kind of liked. Just like, oh, that's nice. There's worse nicknames than that. I met people that had some pretty embarrassing nicknames. I met some people that had some cool nicknames too. But that one wasn't bad. Tony Two Cigs. I'll take it. I sound like a fucking gangster. But they called me that not because I was a gangster, but because whenever we'd go take a smoke break, I would smoke a cigarette, then light a cigarette with my other cigarette and smoke that cigarette. And I'd smoke 2 cigarettes in the time it took everybody else to smoke one. And everybody else, you know, smoked them pussy ass lights and Virginia Slims and shit. And I smoked, you know, the shit they smoke in LA or Newports. And I smoked, Newports can be kind of harsh, but I smoked thick ass Camel Wides. And sometimes went out and bought myself a pack of Lucky Strikes filterless and would sit and smoke 2 filterless cigarettes in the time it'd take people to smoke one. And I gotta be honest with you, man, I fucking love me some cigarettes. I love cigarettes. Oh, I can make an air freshener out of cigarette smoke. When I walk down the street and somebody's smoking and I smell it and the smoke just like blows in my face, I'm like, oh, it's so good. You know, I mean, it's euphoria. I love the smell of cigarette smoke. Stale cigarette smoke smells like shit, but I've never gotten over it. To this day, I still love the smell of a cigarette, man. It's heaven. And I quit smoking. This book helped me quit smoking cold turkey for my first attempt at quitting. Cold turkey, boom, that's it, done, stopped. And this book was a major part of that. This Alan Carr's Easy Way, here. Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking. It helped me with that. And it didn't just help me with that. It did help me quit smoking. And it worked amazingly. And it was a really fun book to read too, by the way. For somebody who loved smoking, I mean, I had accepted the idea when I found this book. My good buddy, Sean's a good friend of mine and kind of guy that, you know, just drops knowledge on you here or there. He'll just call you up randomly one day and say something really fucking smart. And you're just like, oh man, that's life-changing. And one day he just called me up and told me about this book. And, you know, I had already resigned. I was like, bro, like, I'm not going to quit smoking. I'm going to smoke until I die. Like, smoking's going to kill me. I'm 100% accepting of that. I have accepted that at this point in my life. I am going to die from lung cancer. Like 100%. That's what's going to kill me because I'm not quitting smoking anytime soon. So it's going to kill me. And Sean was like, well, if you want to, here's a book to quit. And I said, all right, well, I was reading some self help books. I had quit everything else in my life, all the rest of the difficult, not necessarily addictions that I had, but, negative behaviors in my life, eating frozen foods, eating, drinking soda pop, drinking energy drinks, drinking alcohol, drugs, smoking weed, I'm watching porn, playing video games, all that shit. I quit all of it. And all I had left was coffee and cigarettes. And I was like, I ain't about to give up my cigarettes, son. And then Sean, my buddy Sean, good friend, it takes a good friend to give a fuck about you and say, hey, well, here's this book. You should read it anyways because you're okay dying from lung cancer. But, I don't want that for you because I'm your friend. So here's a book. You can read it if you want or don't. It's up to you. And I said, fine, fine, Sean, Jesus. Pull my leg about it, all right? You're just so nice. I have to. Nah. No, he gave it to me and I was like, well, fuck it. I might as well try. Sean's right. Sean's a smart guy and he's right. I might as well fucking just read this book and see if it helps. And it helps. I quit smoking. And I was completely off of all nicotine for about 2 years. And then I discovered these little fucking buggers, these nicotine pouches, the cinnamon kind. I tried a couple different pouches and they were disgusting. I was like, yeah, the fucking nasty ass coffee one and then the winter fresh one. I was like, my girlfriend, I got her on these now because I'm a bad influence. And she does the citrus ones. Not good. Don't tell her I said that, but they're not very. The cinnamon ones are amazing. I mean, it's like having a fucking cinnamon cookie in your mouth. It's delicious. And so now I'm stuck on these things, but I almost swallowed one just now. I was off of nicotine completely though for about 2 years because of this book. And only went back because I found this amazing tasting nicotine pouch and was like, fuck it. If I ever have to, I know I can quit it now because I quit 3-pack a day smoking habit for 13 years. I did it cold turkey, one try. I can quit whatever the fuck in my life I need to quit. Any bad behavior or a bad habit that I develop in life, I am sure that I can quit it, except for maybe like heroin and alcohol. I'm not a big drinker though. I'm not I'm far from being an alcoholic. I drink when me and my cutie pie go get food at a restaurant. That's about the only time I drink. But other than that, those two things you probably should get help with because alcohol and heroin are two things that you can't, if you've been doing them long enough and you are very addicted to them, you can potentially kill yourself getting off of them, right? So you do those, I would put a disclaimer, I'm not a doctor here, but I would, if you were addicted to one of those, I would look into getting actual professional help. But everything else in life, I'm confident that I can quit it. And I'm confident that I can quit it because of this book. This book didn't just give me the confidence to quit smoking. It gave me the confidence to know that whatever bad habit I have, once I realize it, I can stop it. Okay. Whether that's, nowadays my bad habit, I'd say my numero uno bad habit nowadays is YouTube. Watching too many fucking YouTube videos about pointless, silly, stupid shit, right? Just a waste of my motherfucking time. And that's probably the biggest habit that I have nowadays I need to quit. And it's one of those things where I'm like, well, I need to stop doing that. And I can schedule time in to stop doing that. And I know that I can stop doing it because my experience of quitting smoking with this book. So this book, yes, it's mostly for smokers. Obviously, it's about stopping smoking. If you aren't a smoker, you're not gonna understand probably 90% of this book because it's written for people who are smokers. So you'll have chapter titles in this book. It's really ingenious how he goes about the book. We'll get into it in a minute, but one of the reasons why this book, because you got to think to yourself, how the fuck is a book helping people quit smoking? What the fuck do you read in a book that makes you quit smoking? That makes no sense, right? It didn't make sense to me neither. I was like, why would a book help me? Like, a patch, I understand. I understand the concept of slowly weaning yourself off, but a fucking book, like, how the hell does a book help you? It's kind of a combination of reverse psychology and positive thinking is what it is. This book is just filled to the brim with positive thinking and some really clever reverse psychology that just utterly convinces you that you don't want to smoke anymore. And it has like some points in there. Here's some like the chapter titles. It's very clever. It puts on about halfway through the book, it'll go through each chapter is like a 4-minute chapter going over a concern you might have as a smoker quitting cigarettes, right? Like the withdrawal period. Will I put on weight? Will life get harder for me? How do I avoid tempting situations when I want to smoke another cigarette? You know, how am I around my casual smoking friends? What do I do then? Yeah. So it's, if you're not a smoker, you're not going to really understand those specific struggles behind being a smoker that quits, right? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of information in there that's going to go over your head if you're not a smoker. So I don't recommend this book for non-smokers, obviously, because it's not going to help you out with too much in your life. But if you are a smoker, you know, I would, one, if you are addicted to anything else, we all have vices and you don't necessarily need to be addicted, but there's probably bad habits you have in your life that you can quit. If Alan Carr, we're going to go to his website in a second. If Alan Carr can has a book written to help you with whatever your particular nasty habit is, then I recommend reading it, because you are going to learn more than just how to quit whatever your bad habit is. You're going to walk away with a completely different mindset on what it means to quit a bad habit, and a new level of confidence in yourself, a locus of control. We talked about this on the last self-help book stream. I talk about this on a lot of my Mental Health Mondays, because the locus of control was a big game changer for me in life. There's a concept called a locus of control. I'm going to go back to the rant screen. There's a concept in psychology called the locus of control, your locus of control. And what it essentially means is your belief in your ability to change your own destiny or your own fate or your own life, right? You are in control, at least enough in control to change the trajectory of your life. And if you don't believe that, you're going to have a real hard time going about the world, man. Life gets real fucking hard and hopeless when you feel like you don't have the power to change who you are, change the road that you're on, change the path that you're going down, road that you're on, that's the same thing. Just change the trajectory of your life for the better. If you don't believe in your power to do that, you're very hopeless. And when you get hopeless like that, you give up. You know, eventually you can only stay hopeless for so long before you just say fuck it and you give up. And you don't want to be here anymore. You don't want to do this anymore. Because who does? How in the world? You know, some people, I guess, can be okay with the idea of like, oh, I just go wherever the wind takes me, and kumbaya and goose fraba and all the wonderful little energies of the world. And then, you know, that does work for some people, and not to shit on those people. That's great. If that's your mentality of, yeah, I just go with the flow, baby, and life just takes me wherever. That's awesome. Cool. You go with the flow. But I was never that kind of person. I like to have some level of control over my life. Most people do. Most people are going to have a very hard time struggling with the hopelessness of nothing I do makes any difference to me. It's not like I need what I do to make a difference to the world in general, right? Like I need to be like, you know, important or special or anything like that, but I need what I do to make a difference in my life, okay? And I need what I do, and when I want to do something, if I want to make a difference in my loved one's life, I need to know that I have the ability to do that. I'm capable of making a solid difference in my life and in the lives of the people I love. And when you feel like you don't have the power to do that, you feel incredibly helpless. And when you feel that helpless, inevitably helpless and hopeless, you know, at some point you're just going to give up and you're going to say, fuck this, because you feel like you're just getting pushed by the winds. And I've never been a fan of that. You know, I guess it's just call it what it is, but I guess I don't know. I'm struggling for a healthy way to say it that doesn't sound like being a douche, you know. But for me, I guess it's just that some people in life, you know, are born with particular sets of blessings that makes them kind of, when they're a young kid, they kind of get this idea of like, oh, everything will end up okay in the world, right? And other people just don't. Other people grow up in life circumstances where they don't feel like that. They feel the opposite. They're almost neurotic, where they feel like, no, dude, like life will fuck you right in the butt. It'll kick you square in the dick the second you look away, right? Some people have that mentality. Some people just had those experiences as a kid where that became their main operating software is life is a bitch. and then you die. That's why you gotta puff fly. Okay, my girlfriend's got me on this thing now, this bad habit where every time I hear a lyric, I have to sing the song. I got it from her. She is an equally bad influence, right? But, but so yeah, some people have that in life where they just feel like life is a bitch, dude, and it's a struggle and it's hard. And if you look away or you slip up, life is going to sucker punch you square in the cock. And that's how life actually is. And then other people are like, no, life is just a beautiful collection of, again, I don't want to sound like a prick. Like, life is just a very beautiful, wonderful thing. And if you just go with the flow and you let it take you where you want, you'll always end up where you need to be and everything will end up okay. And I'm just not in that latter group. I'm in the first group. I'm in the group like, oh no, life will punch you square in the cock if you're not watching, bro. So you need to be about your business and you need to be looking where you're going and you need to be aware of where you're at and you need to have goals and you need to have a fucking plan and you need to adhere to it and you need to have the ability to control these aspects of your life, right? That's where my head is. Okay. So, and both philosophies in life have their pros and cons, right? I'm not saying one's worse than the other. Again, like I don't want to sound like a dick about other people's philosophy just because that's not the perspective from which I view the world, right? I don't want to make people feel bad that they feel good about the world, obviously. It's not a bad thing to like have that feeling of no, the world is a beautiful place. Or it is a beautiful place and there's very beautiful things about it. It can also be a shitty place too and there can be shitty things about it. Thought I had a burp. False alarm. It's going to pop up randomly in the middle of my sentence, though. I know it. So, because life just kicks you in the dick like that. But both have their pros and cons, both ways of thinking, have their pros and cons to them. So I'm not trying to make anybody feel like crap about it. It's just for some people, for those of us who do have that feeling of life can be a real asshole if you're not careful, it can really drag your ass down and you need to be about your business. Having a locus of control is imperative. It's very important to have that. And so this book, Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking, was a really great way for me to give myself that control. It is a huge part of what Alan talks about in his book is regaining that locus of control and how to do that, the healthy way of doing that. And that was the big life changer of this book, and we'll get into that in a minute. But this is the book right here, Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking. I've already spent 30 minutes talking about just the book, right? I told you, I get excited about this shit. I get excited talking about these self-help books because, these are big deals in my life. And it's exciting to think that maybe somebody else can get something out of it too. But anyway, let's get back to the platform, the format of today's show. Here's the book, Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking. This is the Amazon link to it if you want to go there to purchase the book. If you or somebody is struggling with that, we're going to move on to his website. So this is 10 tips to help you quit smoking from the Alan Carr website. This is just 10 things that you're going to find in this book, 10 pieces of advice, just to kind of give you a flavor of the things that's in this book, right? So in the voice that the guy is going to have in the book, the way that the book is structured, this is just to give you a feel for that, right? So we're not going to go through, read every single tip and everything under every single tip. We'll do a rough rundown of each tip super fast. Tip 1, set your quit date to quit smoking. Obviously super simple. You're just going to quit smoking. This book, as you're reading this book, a very clever bit of reverse psychology in this book is when you start the book, and it's something that I loved about the book, is when I start this book, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to hear a guy tell me how I'm an asshole because I won't quit smoking and I need to quit smoking now or I'm going to die. And I already know all this. Well, as soon as I listen to the book, the first chapter of the book is like, no, bro, smoking is amazing and it's wonderful. And I want you to do it. While you are reading this book, while you are listening to this book, I listened to the audiobook. It said, while you are listening to this audiobook, you need to be smoking. I do not listen to this book unless you are smoking. Every time you sit down to listen to this book, light up a cigarette. Have a cigarette in your hand, in your mouth, puff on that bitch the entire time you are reading this book. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. Okay, bet. All right, I like it. And it's very clever because it gives you, the idea is as long as you are reading this book, you have to be smoking. Well, you're dreading quitting smoking. You're like, God, I don't want to quit smoking. It's going to suck. And this guy's like, you don't have to. When you're reading this book, you need to smoke. And you're like, oh, thank God, that just took a lot of pressure off. But now I don't feel like I don't need to smoke. Now I can like sit and smoke with your book. And you're telling me I have to. So, okay, I'll take your advice, smart guy, and I'm going to light up a cigarette. It's a very clever way to make you continue reading the book, right? Very clever way to get you invested into the book. So, as soon as you start this book, it tells you smoke as much as you want while you're reading, and then have a set date. They'll get that in the book. Have a set date. That's the day you're going to quit. Boom. That's it. And then two, look forward. Remember, you're not quitting anything because cigarettes do absolutely nothing for you at all. This is his advice right here. They provide you with no genuine pleasure or crutch. They simply keep you addicted. A slave to nicotine. Get it clearly into your mind. You are losing nothing and you are making marvelous positive gains, not only in health, energy, and money, but also in confidence, self respect, freedom, and most important of all, in the length and quality of your future life. So think ahead into the future. Think of all the positive things you're going to have in your life when you officially quit smoking, right? Three, have a final cigarette. You're going to quit smoking easily, so make a solemn vow now to smoke your final cigarette ever. I'll be honest, I did that for 2 years, didn't touch a single cigarette. And then after once I got back into the patches, and then I think what happened is one day I got really high and out of habit, somebody gave me a cigarette and I took a puff and was like, oh my God. And then I was like, oh no, I'll be fine. I'm just smoke one cigarette and I'll be good. And then I was. And so nowadays, whenever I quit, because I do, pretty long bulking sessions when I'm in the gym. I'll do like a bulking, not sessions, a bulking cycle of sometimes a year long bulking cycle or a 6 month long cutting cycle where I'm cutting weight for 6 months or gaining weight for 12 months. And usually at the end of those or on my birthday, one or the other, I will buy a pack of cigarettes. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes and I'll smoke through it. And then that's it. And I'm done. And Alan Carr advises against that in this book. He says, no, get rid of cigarettes at all because they're piece of crap little things that do nothing for you. And that is good advice. Smoking is just bad for you all around. There's no amount of smoking that's good for you. It's not like, well, you can have 10 cigarettes and that's good for you. But once you hit that 11th cigarette, oh boy, it doesn't work that way. One cigarette is bad for you. It's just not bad enough to cause cancer, likely. But it's still shit for you. You're still not good for your health. There is nothing about cigarettes that's good for your health, and there is benefits to them, there's benefits to nicotine, but not cigarettes. That's a difference, and the benefits of nicotine are very small anyways. But anyways, 4, be cool about withdrawal symptoms. This is a big part of the book, is really downplaying those withdrawal symptoms. By the time you're done reading this book, you're like, yeah, the withdrawal symptoms are nothing, And the truth was, like, I quit cold turkey, man, and those withdrawal systems really were nothing. They weren't bad at all. They were fucking dope. And this is a pretty wild thing because most people who quit smoking, they will tell you it is the hardest. Nicotine itself is one of the hardest things to quit, So I know a guy who was an alcoholic for a long time and chewed. And he says to this day, he quit both alcohol and chew. And he still says to this day, the thing he reaches for when he gets stressed out or pissed off at somebody is his chew pack in his back pocket, his chew can. That's what he reaches for. He doesn't think, oh, I need a drink, even though he drank since he was like 14, 15 years old is when he started drinking every single day. It is 30 years after he's quit chewing. When he gets stressed out, he reaches for his chew can in his back pocket where he used to keep it. And that's after, he's quit alcohol. And so nicotine is no joke. A lot of people will tell you, dude, nicotine is very, very hard to quit. But you read this book, man, and this book makes it seem like the easiest fucking thing in the world. And the reality is, if you read this book and you believe in it and you put, you put your stake in it, if you come at this book with I guess, I don't know, because I came at this book with a very, what's the word? Not critical, cynical point of view. I came at this book from the angle of, man, this isn't going to work. I didn't even want to quit smoking cigarettes. I was cool. I was like, bro, I'm going to die from cigarettes. It's fine. Just as when I die, put a pack of cigarettes on my fucking tombstone. Just make my tombstone into a big giant pack of cigarettes, right? Because that's what killed me. But this book convinced me, I came into it as cynical as possible. And this book still convinced me, like, nah, dude, quitting is going to be the easiest thing you ever did because you're a bad motherfucker and you can do it. Like I said, a lot of positive thinking in this book. By the time this book is over, you're like, yeah, man, I can fucking do anything, man. Yeah. It really pumps you up, right? Socialize as normal. That's another one. Don't walk around avoiding smokers. Instead, walk around with smokers, hang out with smokers, and prove to yourself that I can hang out with a smoker and not smoke. Good advice. Think about smoking, right? Again, see how all of this is the complete opposite of the advice you would get when you're actually quitting. Anybody else would tell you, dude, the withdrawal is going to be real tough, so prepare for it. This guy says, don't prepare for it because it's not tough. You're just psyching yourself out. Don't be a little bitch. You don't need to prepare for shit, pussy. Just do it. People would tell you, yeah, when you quit smoking, you should stay away from other people who smoke because it's going to be real hard. You're going to want that cigarette when you smell it. And like I said, to this day, I still love the smell of a cigarette, So it is very true. That is, I think that's true. In my personal experience, hold up, my headphones disconnected from my thingy jigger bob, and I can hear myself talking, but I can't hear what you're hearing. So, and that's kind of important because sometimes I get a little crackle in the stream, I try to monitor it. Any feedback? There it is. Okay. If I get feedback from the mic, or I don't know why I want to get a feedback loop, but like if the cable, sometimes I've stepped on the cable and it starts making a nasty sound. So anyways, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. So people will tell you don't socialize with other smokers because you're going to want that cigarette, bro. And this book says, no, socialize with those smokers because you're not a pussy and you don't need that cigarette, bro. Then it says, people will tell you, yeah, do whatever you can to keep your mind busy so you're not thinking about smoking. This book says, no, think about smoking. Sit down and think about it. Think about it because, well, like it says here, don't try not to think about smoking. It doesn't work. If I say, don't think about a brick wall, what are you going to think about? Just make sure that whenever you are thinking about it, you're not thinking, I want a cigarette, but I can't have one. Instead, think, isn't it marvelous? I don't need to smoke anymore, and I don't want to smoke anymore. Yippee, I'm a non-smoker. I don't know, the yippee made me laugh. 7, there's no such thing as just one cigarette after you quit smoking. Again, I kind of broke that rule right there. I went and had a cigarette a couple of years, though. After I quit smoking, I went and had another cigarette. And to this day, when I quit cutting or I quit bulking, I'll usually take a week off from the gym and I'll buy a pack of smokes, right? Same on my birthday. If I don't get that break in a year, then I'll get one on my birthday. I'll buy a pack of smokes. Avoid substitutes. Another piece of advice most people would not give you. Ditch your cigarettes. So the moment you quit your cigarettes, you toss them out. And I actually still do this to this day. When I do smoke, if I buy a pack of cigarettes for me on my birthday, I will smoke it down till I have like 5 cigarettes left. And then the night before, I'll say, okay, this is my last cigarette. And then I'll snap those remaining cigarettes. I break them and toss them in the trash. And there's something about the mental aspect of breaking these cigarettes, kind of proving like, I don't need you. Take it, motherfucker. And then tossing it in the trash. There's something about that is kind of affirming, I guess, on a subconscious level where you're like, yeah, I don't need this. Like, I can break it, because think of the things you love in your life, right? This is my favorite cup. I love this cup. It's a good fucking cup, man. This cup has been with me forever. It's like my bro. It's my lucky cup, right? I'm not going to allow this thing to get trashed. I mean, this is just a random ass cup. I don't really love it that much, but it's good for coffee. It's good for holding my coffee. It does a good job on not spilling my coffee, right? Which is all you can really ask of a cup. So it's a good cup, but it's, if I really love this cup, if it has sentimental value to me, I'm not going to trash this cup. I'm not going to break this cup. If this cup falls off the table and breaks, I'm going to be like, no, cup. What are you? I'm going to do no. I'm going to scream into the sky like they do in the movies. It's going to be traumatic. It's going to be upsetting. And I don't know about traumatic, but it's going to be upsetting. I'm going to be pissed off because I fucking love this cup. And now it's broken. You don't break shit that you love. You don't break shit that's important to you, right? So the action of when you're quitting smoking, smoke till you have like half a pack left and then breaking that shit and tossing it in the garbage, there is some affirmation there where it's like, this isn't important. Your mind recognizes, well, if I'm willing to break it, it's not important, because you don't break shit that's important to you, right? So ditching the cigarettes, just the action of ditching a pack of cigarettes is very affirming, right? Enjoy your freedom. Live a smoke-free life and be on your guard not to fall back into the trap. And that he goes back into the just one smoke thing. And, the idea kind of there's some reverse psychology here. A question you need to ask yourself is not, shall I smoke now, but do I want to become a smoker again, all day, every day, inhaling the smoke into my lungs, never being allowed to quit? The answer is no. Why not? Because I didn't like being a smoker. That's why I decided to become free, right? So there's a little bit of psychology there for you. It's not exactly reverse psychology, but it's in that vein. So there is, we're going to dive into this, the most effective ways to quit smoking. As far as like success rates go. So we're going to continue on. This is Alan Carr's Easy Way website, and that gives us a little bit about Alan Carr, maybe there it goes. Okay. So here we go. There's a little bit about the Alan Carr way and then their clients. There's a whole crap ton of celebrities that have used this book. And so I guess if that's important to you, you have success stories, celebrity success stories. Is there testimonials, the Easy Way method, buy now and get started? I'm trying to see if there's a list of books. Oh yeah, see, there you go. What can we help you with? Alcohol, caffeine, cannabis, the dreaded cannabis, drugs, debt, cocaine, emotional, I feel like cocaine and drugs, emotional eating, exercise, flying, opioids, mindfulness, gambling, sleep, smoking, technology, well-being at work, weight, vaping, right? So there's a whole bunch there. I did not see masturbation. So I guess they haven't got onto that yet. That one's still in the works. So whole list of addictions that this guy can help you with. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So they definitely did expand on what they're offering. Where was I? Shit, I navigated. Here it is. So success rate. This is according to Alan Carr's website. Success rate, overall client rate, 4.8. The success rate at Alan Carr's Easy Way Center, which this is like seminars that he puts on, is over 50% after 12 months, as indicated in independent scientific studies and peer-reviewed journals. It is also more effective than established government programs, including the gold standard NHS 11 service and the Irish Health Services Quit.ie, based on 2 randomized control trials. It is also over 90% effective for quitting smoking, quitting drinking, and quitting drug seminars based on the 3-month money-back guarantee, which that's kind of like, you got to take that with a dose of salt, right? Because, that's based on their 3-month money back guarantee. Yeah. Okay. But this goes into some of their randomized trials. The success rate of this is up into the 70 and 80% when it comes to just reading his book. It's a very high success rate comparative to other methods. He kind of talks about that down here. Based on other methods, his success rate after 12 months goes to 50%. Of the people who have read the book are still off of it, which is much, much higher than most of your standard ways of quitting smoking, right? Now, that is all according to his website. I'll have the website linked in the description below so you can check it out and look at all these other potential, if there is, one of those things. I'm sorry, if you have an issue with masturbation, you're going to have to go somewhere else. This guy's not going to help you with that. But for the rest of you, there's probably something in there you can find that you probably need help with that he has books for, apparently, right? But when we're talking about success rates, I did want to go over here. This is a nice little study. The effectiveness of Alan Carr's method for smoking cessation, and cessation meaning quitting smoking. So here's the results. This is less of a study, and it's more of a statistical analysis. Let's see. We conducted a systemic literature review of all epidemiological studies evaluating the effectiveness of the Alan Carr method, anytime AC method for short, for smoking cessation, published in PubMed, Medline, and MBAS up to March 2023. So, for results, among the 34 original studies identified through the literature, 6 met the inclusion criteria. So they're leaving a lot of studies on the table too. These studies were published between 2006 and 2020 with sample sizes ranging from 92 to 620 participants. Of the 6 studies, 2 did not have a comparison group, while 4, including 2 randomized control-led trials, RCTs, had a comparison group. The included studies showed cessation rates for people who attended the seminars from 19 to 51%. An observational study found an odds ratio of abstinence for those attending AC single session seminars of 6.52. So 6.52%, very low. That's from a single seminar, though, right? You literally showed up to hear him speak for 3 hours and then you quit smoking, right? Compared with controls with no treatment. One RCT found higher quit rates for AC single section seminars compared with the online Irish National Service. Another RCT reported no significant difference between Alan Carr's single session seminars and a specialist stop smoking service. One single study on patients with head and neck disorders analyzed the effectiveness of reading the AC book, showing no significant results. Patients with head and neck disorders. Okay, well, I don't know why in the world they would study that, but it is a thing. But so this is just somebody else outside of Alan Carr's website, because of course on Alan Carr's website it's going to say he's the most amazing thing since sliced pumpernickel bread, right? But you know, you want to go look at outside sources, and these outside sources, they only looked at 6 studies out of 34, which I'm not sure what the inclusion was for that. I guess we'd have to go down here to methods to understand why they excluded certain studies, right? But they did. They excluded a lot of the studies. And out of the studies they looked at, some of them were good, somewhere around 51% quitting method. And also all these studies were only around his seminars, not his book. So I didn't actually find a independent study that was just about his book that was anything recent. All the other studies I found were like 2006, 2007, and I didn't want to spend the whole stream looking at different studies, but I thought I'd just bring this one up because it shows a multitude of quitting rates, 19 to 51%, no significant results from patients with head and neck disorders, which is kind of a oddball thing to throw in there, but it is what it is. In any case, this guy's book, it doesn't work for everybody. It's not a 100% foolproof method to quit smoking cigarettes, but it does work for a lot of people. And for a lot of people, it works way better than other methods for quitting smoking. Okay, so that's the book. That's Alan Carr's book. There's a little bit about the book, we've gone over a little bit about what you're going to find in the book. Like I said, when you think of a book made you quit smoking, it makes you think, what? Like, how the fuck does a book make you quit smoking? What kind of silliness are you on, Tony? What kind of silly, stupid shit are you talking about? Here, let me pop back over to my rant screen. And how it does that is this very clever combination of reverse psychology and positive thinking, right? So it gives you a whole list. Here in the beginning of the book, it gives you a whole list of all the reasons to quit smoking, right? Boredom, concentration, relaxation, what am I giving up, self-imposed slavery, all of these different brainwashing and the sleeping partner, nicotine addiction, all the different things that come from being a nicotine addict, right? So there's tons of different reasons in the book off the back why you should probably quit smoking. And then there is a lot of, towards the end of the book, gets into the more positive aspects, like the awesome things you're going to get out of quitting smoking is also a big part of the book. That's about the second half of the book. Where right around in the middle of the book is going to be where he goes over the actual method for quitting smoking, I guess the mental process for it, where he really digs in. What we talked about earlier was the locus of control. Hey, what's going on there? Scotland and Anton 10956. Hey, what's going on? How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying it so far. If you're just new here, you just hopped in, we're just talking about Alan Carr's The Easy Way to Quit Smoking. We're the first book on this self-help book list I'm going through my 4 top self-help books, and right now we're talking about Alan Carr's Quitting Smoking. So hopefully that interests you. If not, we're about to jump into another self-help book that isn't about smoking. Like I said at the beginning of this, talking about this particular book. Oh, I forget that I'm on my Forget that I was on my rant screen. My bad. So, yeah. Hey there. Oh, I might have missed that by a long shot. My bad. They popped out before I could see their uh, comments. Yeah, I try to respond to comments as much as I can, but that one looks like had two people comment and didn't even notice. So it happens. You know, it is what it is. But in any case, so yeah, let me go back to what I was talking about then. So when you get through this book, it's a lot of what makes this book so successful is that positive thinking aspect, and then his own personal method for quitting, I guess. His own way of thinking about it. This mental strength, locus of control thing is a big part of what makes this book really successful, and a big part of why when you're finished with this book, you learn more than just how to quit smoking cigarettes. By the time you're done with this book, you're going to have a lot of confidence in your ability to quit any bad habit you want in your life and pick up any new good habit that you want to pick up in your life. And that's the most important thing about this book, right? So if I had to go over pros and cons of this book, the pros for this book for me, it's more than just about quitting smoking. It is good at helping you quit smoking. It is an enjoyable read too. The Alan Carr guy is pretty funny for the most part. If you are a smoker and you're reading this book, you have to smoke while reading this book, which is a huge plus to all you out there who are smokers. You're going to be like, fuck yeah, like I could use a book to, I could use a reason to smoke more cigarettes, right? Who can't? If you love smoking, any reason to smoke is a good reason to smoke. And so that's a benefit of the book. The book is very clever. It's fun to read, in spite of the fact that you're reading about quitting something that you consider is very important to you. A big pro of the book, though, is the main takeaway. Once you're done with the book, you're going to have a lot of confidence in your ability to get through whatever it is in your life you need to get through. Like once you've gotten through quitting smoking, you're like, that was a big thing I just did there. That was a big step in the right direction. That was a lot of personal growth I experienced there, and it was a difficult thing. And I made it look fucking easy. And that gives you a huge amount of confidence in your life to go out there and do that same thing again, right? Quitting smoking is going to be a big medal you wear on your chest. It's that to me is really honestly the best reason to quit smoking. You know, especially if you're someone like me and you're like, nah, I'm cool. Smoking can kill me. I'm good. I'm going to die anyways. I might as well die doing the thing I enjoy doing, right? That was my mindset. If you got that kind of mindset, it's very hard to convince you to quit smoking by showing you pictures of a smoker's lung, right? Some people are like, oh God, like they see that lung and they're like, I need to stop. But when you have that mentality, it's like, I don't care, bro. You can't scare me. I ain't scared of you. So what does help, this book is very good at getting people with my mindset to quit smoking, because it presents you with that idea of, you know what? You don't need to quit smoking to avoid the negative. You need to quit smoking because there's something positive for you to gain. And when you quit smoking, it's going to be a big old medal you get to put on your chest of, hey, I did this. And this was a difficult thing to do in life that a lot of people try to do and they fail at. And I fucking did it. And I did it in one go round. And that is a huge bump up to your confidence, right? That right there is a reason to quit smoking. That boost in confidence you're going to get from quitting smoking when you know so many other people have failed at it, you're going to feel like a badass. You did something tough and you made it look easy. And that right there is enough of a reason to quit smoking. I didn't care if I died from smoking. I was like, fuck it, let it kill me. I don't give a shit. But when I started thinking about it from those terms, I was like, oh shit, I should quit smoking. And that became my reason to quit smoking, and it worked, So that's a huge bonus to this book. The negatives of Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking, what I would say is probably a negative, is it's only for smokers, really. If you're not a smoker, you're not gonna read this book and think, oh yeah, I can glean some from this. Nah, it's mostly about smoking, and so it's gonna go over your head. You're gonna be like, nah, I don't really give a shit. Go check out Alan Carr's website. I'm going to link it in the description. We just went over it. He has books for quitting everything, except for masturbation, apparently. Like, I'm blown away that porn isn't on that list, given how many guys supposedly have an issue with that nowadays. But He's must still be writing that book. Maybe that one's particularly long, but he had a whole list of shit to help you quit. Not just smoking, vaping, drugs. There were, I forget what there was, TV, television, video games. There was a whole bunch of shit on there. Gambling, whatever. Buying, if you have an issue with spending. There's tons of books that he had on his website that you can purchase to help you with anything. So even if you aren't a smoker, I would recommend looking into those other Alan Carr books. Having never read them in my life, those other books that he's written, I would recommend picking those books up if you feel like they could help you quit something, because of how effective his easy way to quit smoking was for me. So that was a big deal to me because it improved my physical health in a way these other books, these other self-help books just didn't. And it left me with this massive locus of control and this confidence in myself. Like, bro, you just quit fucking smoking. You can quit anything. You can do anything now, bro. Because it left me with that kind of confidence and gave me that roadmap for how to have that confidence in myself while I'm quitting a very nasty habit. That's why I recommend it as book number 4 on my 8 most important self-help book list. To me, my 8 favorite self-help book list. So we're already, what is this, an hour and 10 minutes into the stream, and I only got through one book. This is definitely going to end up being like a 3-4 hour stream, which is fine. That's fine. I have the fucking time to do that today. So, and I love to hear myself talk, so I'm going to fucking talk it up. So we're going to move on to the third book in my list, though, my third self-help book. Here, I'm going to type in my chat for a second. I totally didn't see that people were in my chat trying to chat me up until just like 5 minutes ago, and I was like, fuck. So how do you spell who? Okay, never mind. Okay, that's nice. That's a nice little message. That'll work. That'll be fine. Okay, so we're going to move on to the third self-help book on my list. Number 3, the top 3 best self-help books I've ever read. Let me get it pulled up on my phone so I'm ready for you guys. I think this one didn't have chapter names, though. Or it did. This one did. Yeah, it's another one that didn't. But so these 3 books, man, that we're about to read or we're about to go over are really important books to me, man. These are fucking life-changing books. If you're a smoker, Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking is, there's a good chance it's going to be a life-changing book for you. Again, their success rate just from their seminars, from sitting down and listening to the fucking guy talk, the success rate is 50% after 12 months. So 50% of people who go to the seminars have successfully quit smoking even after a year. That's crazy. And so, excuse me. So if you are a smoker, there's a good chance that Alan Carr book is going to change your life for the better. But these 3 books are very life-changing to me. So let's go. Number 3 is Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor E. Frankl. Okay, this book is such an amazingly powerful book. Such a beautiful book, man. The lessons you get from this book are so life-affirming, and this book does something incredible. We'll get into it in a minute, but it is a very mind-changing book. Okay, so Man's Search for Meaning. This is an old edition out of print by Viktor E. Frankl. This edition no longer in print, yada, yada, yada. So here, psychiatrist. So this is a guy we're talking about earlier. This is a guy who brings experience to the table. He doesn't just bring professional experience to the table. He brings serious life experiences. Psychiatrist Viktor Frankl's memoir has riveted generations of readers with its descriptions of life in Nazi death camps and its lessons for spiritual survival. Between 1942 and 1945, Frankl labored in 4 different death camps, including Auschwitz, while his parents, brother, and his pregnant wife perished. Based on his own experiences and the experiences of others he treated later in his practice, Frankl argues We cannot avoid suffering, but we can choose how to cope with it, find meaning in it, and move forward with renewed purpose. Frankel's theory, known as logotherapy, from the Greek word logos, meaning meaning, holds that our primary drive in life is not pleasure, as Freud maintains, but the discovery and pursuit of what we personally find meaningful. So, that's the book. That's what the book's about. This is a book. This book is written by a man who was in a multiple concentration camps for 3 years straight and survived and lost almost his entire family in the concentration camps, including his pregnant wife. That's brutal, dude. So fucking brutal. And this is what he learned from those concentration camps. He created his own school of psychiatry, his own school of psychology that rivals the Jungian from Carl Jung, Jungian psychology and Freudian psychology, right? There's Jungian psychology, Freudian psychology, and logotherapy, or Frankel's psychology, right? I think Frank Killian, Jungian and Freudian sound pretty good, right? Freud translates really good into Freudian psychology, but Frank Killian doesn't really fit well. Yeah, so they just call it logotherapy. But that's the book. Here it is on Amazon. I'll leave this link in the description if it sounds like a good book to you. Now let's kind of get into a little bit of Viktor Frankl, and then we're going to listen to Viktor Frankl talk so you can kind of hear the kind of voice, the way that he approaches certain subject matters. And then we're going to talk about the book itself, right? So who is Viktor Frankl? With a lifetime that spanned almost most of the 20th century, Viktor Frankl, who lived from 1905 to 1997, so wow, 97, close to 97 years old, was 92 years old, was witness to a transformative period in world history. He is most known for being a Holocaust survivor, but in reality, this represented a short period in his long life. By the time he entered the concentration camps at 37 years old, he had already spent much of his adult life as a psychiatrist and neurologist, specializing in the treatment of suicidal patients. He had also developed his own psychotherapy school called logotherapy. His lasting contribution has been to the field of psychology, with his recognition of meaning as a central factor in mental health and his advocacy that the psychologist's role was to help their patients find meaning. And here the fucking guy is rock climbing, right? Viktor Frankl was so interested in psychology that he began taking adult night classes when he was a junior in high school. So he started at the age of 15. In 1930, at the age of 25, he organized a free youth counseling center in Vienna that successfully combated the epidemic of teen suicides occurring around the time of report cards. Within a year, suicides dropped to 0. So this dude's been saving people's lives since he was 25 years old, right? He's got a little bit of experience, yeah? His views about meaning brought him into conflict with Sigmund Freud and Alfred Adler, the founders of modern psychology. As a teenager, he corresponded with Freud and then joined Adler's school for a time. Both published his writings on psychology. While still in his early 20s, he not only understood the principles of the new science of psychology, he sought to improve upon the ideas of Freud and Adler. Although he acknowledged the importance of their work, he went on to establish his own theory, logotherapy, which is often referred to as the third school of Viennese psychology. Prior to the war, Frankl gained extensive experience at Steinhoff Psychiatric Hospital, where he was in charge of the Pavilion of Suicidal Women. Over a 4-year period, he treated no less than 3,000 patients each year. In 1937, he began his private practice, but with the Nazi invasion, his ability to treat patients became limited. In 1940, he joined Rothschild Hospital as head of the neurology department. It was only in a hospital in Vienna, still admitting Jews. The only hospital in Vienna still admitting Jews. So, while at Rothschild Hospital, he met a nurse, Tilly Grosser, and they married. That was his wife, Tilly Grosser. So, a short time later, Frankl and his family were forced to move to the Terezin Ghetto, also known as, and I can't pronounce that word, but they were forced to move into a concentration camp. So there's Viktor Frankl in 1995, sitting behind the barbed wire of the concentration camp. Even when they were all living in the ghetto with restricted freedoms, he worked with suicidal patients. He organized a suicide prevention group to serve as shock absorbers for new detainees arriving at the train station. He spent a total of 3 years inside 4 camps: the Theresienstadt, Auschwitz, Kaufering, and Turkheim. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He lost his father in the Terezin Ghetto. his mother and brother at Auschwitz, and his wife in Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. His sister escaped to Australia. He was devastated when he returned to Vienna and found nothing left of the life he once knew and the people he loved. He focused on reconstructing his manuscript about logotherapy, which had been taken from him at the first camp. He only devoted a single chapter to his time in the concentration camps, but his publisher requested that he expand on his experiences. Over a 9-day period, he wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning. That's our book here. He wanted to express freely, so he decided to publish it as an anonymous author. The book, originally titled A Psychologist Experiences the Concentration Camp, was released in German in 1946. After a while, he was surprised that out of the 39 books he wrote, the one that he wanted to publish anonymously became his most popular. Yeah, he wrote 39 freaking books over the course of his life, but inevitably, a friend of his convinced him that he needed to put his name on it because it was such an important book. The English translation of Man's Search for Meaning was published in 1959 and became an international bestseller. He saw this not so much as a personal achievement, but as a symptom of the mass neurosis of the times, since its title promised to deal with the questions of life's meaningfulness. In 1991, Man's Search for Meaning was listed as one of the 10 most influential books in the United States by the Library of Congress. Still to this day, decades later, it shows up consistently on Amazon's top 100 books and is recommended as one of Amazon's top 100 books to read in a lifetime. Yeah, it is. Easy. It's why it's my number 3 best self-help book. After the war, Frankl was a professor of psychology and neurology at the University of Vienna, received his PhD in philosophy in 1948. So he 2 PhDs, doctorates in 2 different disciplines. Frankl often commented on the American obsession with the pursuit of happiness as stated in the Declaration of Independence. I knew that fucking burp was going to pop out right in the middle of me talking. He saw it as a self-defeating goal, the pursuit of happiness. Woo, that was a big one. He saw the pursuit of happiness as a self-defeating goal. He believed that even the role of psychotherapy was not to make people happy, but to enable them to deal with the real life and its unavoidable hassles. According to Frankl, freedom needs responsibility. Otherwise, life threatens to degenerate into mere arbitrariness. Sorry, I'm getting heartburn over here. All these burps. So, got all kinds of nasty human sounds happening right now. Okay, this is an important point of his book and a big part of what appealed to me in his book. He cautioned about the trend he saw in modern psychology with its tendency to reduce an individual to nothing more than a victim of influences of nature or nurture. This, he felt, stripped people from any freedom of choice or responsibility. So, and another way to say this, we have this problem nowadays, what a lot of people would call the victim mentality. A lot of people putting an emphasis on my life turned out this way because of things that happened in my life outside of my control and the importance of that, which there is definitely something to say for. That's not completely nonsensical. There is things that happen in your life that are outside of your control. Like I said earlier, some people grow up in a certain place in life or a certain way when they're a child that makes them feel like everything's going to be okay and I'm going to, the world is a good, fine place. And other people kind of grow up with a different mentality where there's like, dude, the world's shit. It can be a good place, but you have to look for the good and you have to guard yourself. You have to guard the good that you find. And 2 different ways of looking at the world. A lot of people would say, well, I look at the world this way or that way because of the way things happened in my life. And that is true to an extent. But he very much cautioned against making that the centerpiece, especially of psychotherapy. When it came to therapy, he said, no. Buying into anything that makes people feel like a victim strips them of their freedom of choice and responsibility. He saw psychotherapy evolving to promise well-being via ready-made formulas rather than as a vehicle that could encourage the patient towards their deeply personal meaning. Calling for a rehumanization of psychotherapy, he emphasized the importance of reconnecting people with personal responsibility in order to overcome feelings of meaninglessness and despair. Here's a good quote. Ultimately, man should not ask what the meaning of his life is, but rather he must recognize that it is he who is asked. So, a very neat quote right there. The idea is you are the one that decides what the meaning of your life is. And he goes about that in Man's Search for Meaning. That's literally in the title of the book, you guys. Frankl coined the term existential vacuum to describe the void of meaninglessness that was being experienced by so many people, especially students. He warned that this void would produce anxiety, depression, addiction, and even suicide. He believed that the mechanistic institutional systems developed in the 20th century, governments, schools, corporations, contributed to the existential vacuum. The turning over of personal responsibility to these systems, which focus on external outputs and devalue humaneness, had helped produce mass neurosis. In numerous lecture tours to all parts of the world, Frankl expounded this idea to professionals and laypersons alike. So he was an avid mountain climber, all that good stuff. So, Ellie Frankl, I don't know if those are his kids. His second wife, Ellie, and his daughter, Gabrielle. So there you go. That's kind of cool. So the idea here, like, I really love this whole thing right here, man. This is such a perfect description of our modern day society, where we went over this. Anxiety and depression are two of the most common mental health disorders. We went over this on my stream, the most common mental health disorders, right? I'm not particularly creative when I'm naming my streams, sue me, but I have a stream where we go over the most common mental health disorders in America anyways, and anxiety and depression are two of the top 6 most common mental health disorders. Addiction and suicides on the rise all the way across the board in all demographics of people in our modern day and age. This idea that he had, why this is coming about, because of this existential vacuum that sucks away the meaning out of people's lives, and specifically this institutional system that we're surrounded by, the 20th century mechanistic institutional system of government, schools, and corporations. That right there, man, is such a powerful piece of knowledge to have in today's modern day world. Like, the dude called it. He called this shit way back in the 50s. He was saying, like, we are going to create a world where people feel void of meaning, and it is going to result in higher levels of anxiety and depression, addiction, and suicide. And this guy's been helping with these problems since he was 25 years old. You know, the reality, man, is he was right. He called it. He called it 75 years ago. Imagine that. That blows my fucking mind, dude. It should blow your mind too. Your mind should be right now, blown, right? It's really incredible to think about. And that's why this book, like, it was so important to me. And I would bet a pretty penny that is going to be important to you. If there's one book on this top 10 list that I think would mean the most to the most people, if out of all the top 8 books I've talked about over the course of this stream and last stream was The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. I go back to my last stream, by the way, and I noticed I fucking kept calling it in the stream. I kept calling that book The Subtle Art of Murder and Persuasion, because that is a favorite song of mine from the band Lamb of God. And I got the name of the song fucking mixed up with the name of the book. So the whole stream, I'm calling it The Subtle Arts of Murder and Persuasion. I can't imagine what people think when they watch that stream and they're like, what the fuck is this guy thinking about? Jesus, that's hardcore. The second one was The Power of Now. The third book was Extreme Ownership, and the fourth book was The Tao of Pooh. Or fifth book, excuse me. Fourth book, Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking. Number 3 is Man's Search for Meaning, and then we'll have 2 more at the end of the stream after this. This book right here is the book that I would bet on having the most influence to the most people, because there's so many people in our modern day world that are experiencing these exact symptoms that Alan Carr is talking about. And I believe it, hands down. Y'all can't convince me of shit, son. I am convinced the reason we are feeling this way in our society is because of this system that is developed around us that was never I don't think it was intended. This isn't like a conspiracy thing, all right? I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. This isn't like it was intended to do this. Maybe some people within the system certainly intended to help design a system that did focus exclusively on external outputs and devalued humaneness. I can automatically see that phrasing and see a whole lot of communists out there being like, well, yeah, external outputs like money, it's capitalism, and you're a conspiracy theorist. No, I don't think that it is the result of capitalism, nor do I think it's a result of like bad actors in our society that created the society purposely to cause this. It is a combination of all those things and many more things too. It's a combination of capitalism at its nastiest, the nastier aspects of capitalism, because capitalism isn't all kittens and rainbow. I'm a capitalist. I don't give a fuck. Y'all can suck my dick. I believe capitalism is a wonderful system. I do not believe in unfettered, unadulterated capitalism. I do not believe in capitalism without any rules, right? No social safety net. I'm very much in the middle of the road, between not so much, capitalism and socialism, economic systems, right? It's hard to, comparing capitalism to communism, it's different things. But capitalism and socialism, I'm in the middle, I think the middle ground, I'm a huge ascriber to Aristotle's, what is it called? The golden mean. Aristotle's a golden mean. The idea that everything, the extremes is where suffering happens. Okay. And for most things in life, it is the middle ground is where happiness is, right? Moderation, right? That's where the moderation is where happiness is truly found. When you get to the extremes of anything, that's where suffering happens. And extreme, unadulterated socialism is just communism, and it's going to have to be authoritarian by nature because it requires everybody to participate, and there's people who aren't going to want to participate. There's, and it isn't because they're nasty, mean, vicious people. It's just like, no, like if I'm going out and working for something, I want the benefit of that. I don't want you to have the benefit from my hard work. I especially if you're going to sit on your ass and do nothing. This is common fucking sense. You can't sit at a person that says that and think, what a fucking piece of shit that person is. Like, no, dude. It can be different if it's your kids, if it's your wife, if it's people who are important to you. My mom is a very charitable human being, and she spends a lot of time. I mean, every year, she's done it my entire life. She's gone out and she buys Christmas presents for children in group homes, disabled children, children in halfway houses, orphanages, adoption agencies. She has been doing this since I was a kid. And nowadays, I don't know where she's doing nowadays, but at one point they were my parents spent a lot of money. We're talking tens and tens of thousands of dollars a year. Once they started making good money, they spent that much money on just buying Christmas presents for all these kids around the world that needed it, and it kind of puts a tear in my eye when I think about it. It's, she loves doing stuff like that, and what was the point of me bringing that up? Well, I forgot kind of what the point of me saying that was. Shit. I forgot what I was talking about. I just had a big brain fart there. Like right in the middle of my grand point that I was making. I kind of shit the bed on that one. I forget exactly what I was talking about there. Crap. Well, in any case, yeah. So we were talking about Viktor Frankl's meaning, the world. Oh, I dived into, this is what happens when I get too far off topic. That's what happened. I got into capitalism, socialism, into the extremes. Yes. And then socialism, people not wanting to, oh yeah, that's right. Like, there's people in the world who are charitable and want to buy in, or want to help people, but they work for their money so they can help who they want. Not you, not me, not some random fuckhead who doesn't want to work. Okay. So I don't agree with full blown socialism. I don't agree with full unfettered capitalism neither. Happiness is in moderation. In my humble opinion, it's in the middle ground, a mixed economy. In my opinion, all of my expertise and economics, right? That's sarcasm. If you couldn't, I don't have a lot of expertise in economics. So, but in any case, I again, why did I even bring that up? Okay, we were talking about Aristotle's in the meaning. Oh, yeah. So, when it comes to the reasons why our society is the way it is, I mean, I just did. I can go off on tangents all day long talking about it. I probably don't want to do that, because it's going to be a 5-hour long stream of me forgetting what I was talking about. That's what happens when I get too far off topic. But, whatever the reasons are for why our society is like this, I do believe it is like this. It is a soul-sucking, existential fucking vacuum where you are just pushed into corporations where you're a number, where you're pushed into schools where it's just bring you in, teach you a bunch of shit you don't give a fuck about and you're dispassionate about, and then they throw you out. And the schools, one of the worst things I think American schools do is convince kids that school is boring and learning is not fun. Oh man, American schools ruin people's lives by convincing kids of that. And they convince a lot of kids that learning is not fun. And that is so sad, man. That's so fucking sad, because that's going to hinder your growth. Your personal growth is going to be hindered for the rest of your life. And they don't mean to. It's not like the teachers, the teachers who work at the school are like, yeah, let's beat these kids down. Evil laugh. It's not like that. They're trying their best, but the system isn't functioning at its best. It could be better. And the system, I think, for a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people, serves as an existential vacuum that Viktor Frankl talks about. So I think there's so many people out in the world who could use his advice, who could use this book, Man's Search for Meaning, because this is exactly what he's talking about, is how to find meaning in the most meaningless situation possible. And in his case, it is a real world accounting of how he found meaning even while he was essentially a slave in Auschwitz, the most horrific of all the death camps, after having lost every member of his family, including his pregnant wife. And he still found a reason to move on in the world and be happy in the world. If he can do that, you can find a way. There is nothing in this world you can't go through and not find happiness. If this guy can find happiness in that circumstance, so can you. You just need to learn how. And that's what this book is. It's teaching you how to find happiness in the worst situation humanly possible. It shows you how he did it. And it's a roadmap for that. And you can't devalue that. That's why it's on everybody's list of the top 100 books you have to read in your life. It's number 3 on my book list of the books that changed my life. And I think it's the book out of all the self-help books I've ever read. This is the self-help book that I think the most amount of people will get something from, right? So there are some other quotes I saw up here by Viktor Frankl. When we are no longer able to change the situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. That's, pretty base one, pretty base. Like, if you can't change what your situation is, then you have to change the way that you're thinking about it. Yeah. So in any case, that's about Viktor Frankl. This website, Viktor Frankl America, has, about logotherapy. Here's some courses on logotherapy, which that's really neat. I didn't know they had that. Just click out of that. Books. Oh, here's another book, Viktor Frankl and Man's Search for Meaning. Oh, Viktor Frankl and the Search for Meaning. Okay, and then it's links to Amazon and Barnes and Nobles and such. Yeah, so, films. There's a lot to go into. If you're intrigued by who Viktor Frankl is and his life story and want to learn more, I suggest you get the book, Man's Search for Meaning. But this website looks like it can dive into. We're also going to listen to Viktor Frankl give a speech. We're going to hear what he has to say, why you should believe in others. Here, let me go to the YouTube screen. This is Viktor Frankl convincing you to believe in other people, why you should believe in other people. Okay, so I'm going to throw this on. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what he has to say. And we're going to need the audio to do that. I believe this video it's in English. His English is rough. Thankfully, we do have the subtitles for this video. And the audio is pretty old. This is an older video. As you can tell, it's black and white. But it suffices for our purposes. We just want to hear how Viktor Frankl talks, what kind of stuff he talks about, the kind of subject matter he puts into his book. So check it out.
They wish to make a lot of money. In Europe, every American student, even more every American adult, is regarded as someone who is just out to make a lot of money. Really,
the subtitles aren't playing. I'm going to try.
16%
There we go.
of these students regarded every American student.
All right,
They
here we
wish to make a lot of money. In Europe, every American student, even more every American adult, is regarded as someone who is just out to make a lot of money. Really, 16% of these students regarded their main goal and concern in life to make a lot of money. I'm quoting literally, make a lot of money. And you know what the top class, the top category, we say category, what do you say? Category was among, you excuse me, but I know I am speaking a marvelous accent without the slightest English. Now,
I like his accent. I think his accent's dope as fuck. It's entertaining to listen to. How do you say category? I love it.
you know what the top category was? 78% of these American youngsters were concerned, as they expressed it themselves, with finding a meaning and purpose in their lives. So this is a realistic view on man. And you know, you won't believe it, gray hair, my age, I started taking flying lessons recently. Do you know what my flying instructor told me? If you are starting here, wish to get here, say east, heading for this, and you have a crosswind, you will drift and you will land here. So you have to do what we pilots call crabbing, he told me. C-R-A-B, crabbing. You have to head for north of this airfield, and you have to fly that way, you see, as if you headed in this direction. If you are heading here above this airfield, then you will actually land here. But if you head for here, you are landing here. This holds also for man, I would say. If we take man as he really is, we make him worse. But if we overestimate him, it's premature, your applause, you will soon know why. If we seem to be idealists and are overestimating, overrating man, and looking at him that high, here above, you know what happens? We promote him to what he really can be. So we have to be idealists in a way, because then we'll wind up as the real realists. And you know who has said this? If we take man as he is, we make him worse. But if we take man as he should be, we make him capable of becoming what he can be. This was not my flight instructor, this was not me, this was Goethe. He said this verbally. And now you will understand why I, in one of my writings, once said, this is the most apt maxim and motto for any psychotherapeutic activity. So if you don't recognize a young man's will to meaning, man's search for meaning, you make him worse, you make him dull, you make him frustrated, you still add and contribute to his frustration. While if you presuppose in this man, even in this so-called criminal or juvenile delinquent or drug abuse and so forth, there must be a what we call spark, yeah? A spark of search for meaning. Let's recognize this, let's presuppose it, and then you will elicit it from him, and you will make him become what he in principle is capable of becoming.
All right. So there you go. That very funny guy. Here, let's pop back over here. He's a really funny guy, and I love his fucking accent. That accent's enjoyable. I get a kick out of it. But yeah, so, you know, this was just one of many speeches that he has all over the internet, man. And it's worth looking into. It's worth going out and checking out some Viktor Frankl speeches on YouTube because he has so many good ones that he really does. He's funny to listen to. His accent is entertaining and he's very intelligent. And like that right there, you know, that doesn't have a whole lot. You're not going to get that particular subject matter doesn't have anything to do with his book. But that's a great point. You know, the whole point is you believe in people, you hold people to a standard that's like, I know you can achieve this. And you treat them like that. You are the kind of person that is up here. You are capable of this level of greatness. And that pushes them towards that. If you expect them to be down here and you treat people like, oh, you're down here, you're not very capable of achieving this great thing. Yeah, I don't need you to. It's okay. You don't, you know, whatever. Then they are going to leave a lot on the table. So you have to believe in your fellow man and your fellow woman. You have to believe that the people around you are incredibly capable people for their own betterment. When it comes to your family, that's really good advice. I think that's really amazing advice. And that's something that it's really important to do. It's really important to hold people to that really high standard of you are capable of amazing things. And because it pushes them to do that, you know? And so that's all he's really saying there. But now you know Viktor Frankl, you've heard of Viktor Frankl, you know his life meaning or his life story, a little bit of it, enough of it to understand the power that this book will have. Now, I wanted to tell you a little bit about what you learn in the book. It's a pretty simple book, right? The book, Man's Search for Meaning, has a very simple flow to it, a very simple way of how it's presented. The chapters, you know, there's really only 2 chapters. One of them is an hour and 16 minutes, and the other is 3 hours and 15 minutes. It's a pretty long, pretty decently sized book as far as the audio book is concerned, right? But the first chapter is really, it's got like a preface that's like 6 minutes, but the first chapter is just the concentration camps, what it was like to be in the concentration camps. And then the second is logotherapy in a nutshell. The idea, his idea of logotherapy, which we know a little bit about from his website, which is the idea that meaning is the meaning of life. Searching for meaning is why you are here. You are here to find your meaning in life and fulfill it. That's how you need to think about your life, yourself, meaning in life. You need to find a meaning and then you need to fulfill that meaning. And why that's important, why logotherapy is important, why coming at it that way is important, and how coming at it from that direction helped him survive the concentration camp. So when you're going through these chapters of his book, and he gets to that first chapter, Experiences in a Concentration Camp, forewarning, it's rough. Dude, poof. I mean, I remember just thinking about certain parts of it. Honestly, dude, like, there's probably 2 or 3 parts in that book that you get teary-eyed. I got teary-eyed, dude. I couldn't help it. I had to like stop listening to the book and chill for a second and like maybe give it a day or two before I came back to the book. Because it isn't just that he's talking about horrible things, horrific things that happen to real people. It's the horrible things that he went through, the emotions that he felt while seeing these things, and then just the concept of, I mean, I guess I don't know, man. There's some horrible things that happen in this book to children. The moment when he gets to the concentration camp and with his dad and his brother, and they separate him from his dad and his brother, and then he has to go sit just like apart from this book, a piece of this book, right? This is one moment in this book that just hits you really fucking hard. It hit me hard. He gets separated from his brother and his father in Auschwitz. Right as soon as he gets to Auschwitz, he gets separated from them. They take their people stacked on top of people in the cattle cars. He gets separated from his mother and his brother. Excuse me, not his father. His father's already passed away. It's his mother and his brother that gets separated. He gets separated from. They get off the trains. Immediately he's separated from them. He's put in a second group and he's sent to a house, the bunkers where they all live, right? And he's sitting in the bunkers with a lot of other Jewish people that are in there, concentration camp members. And he says, when will I see my brother and my mother again? And one of them say, what group were they in? Were they in the first group or the second group? And he said they got separated into the first group. I'm in the second group. And he said, come over here. And he takes him over to the window and he says, see that? And he points to smoke bellowing out of a building farther down the street. And then Victor says, yeah. And he says, there you go. That's your mother and your brother. Say goodbye now. Because that first group always goes to the Evans. So that's right there. You're watching your mother and your brother be burned alive. Dude, that's hardcore, you know? And you read this person's firsthand account of going through that, you know, you got to take a break. I took a break. I was like, whew, dude, this shit is rough, dude. Like, this is a hard book to get through. So that is, I would almost say, a con for the book because it is hard to get through. But the book almost wouldn't be as it wouldn't be as impactful, is the word. It wouldn't be as impactful if it didn't have that heaviness, right? If you're the kind of person that reads, hey, look, dude, I love horror movies. I've watched, you know, name it, Human Centipede, Martyrs, I Spit on Your Grave. Just go ahead, throw every single fucked up, you know, Serbian film, throw every single fucked up film out there that you think you've seen. I've either seen it or I've seen scenes from it or I've heard about it and I've watched something equally fucked up. I mean, I have the Faces of Death videos. I was collecting those in high school. Okay, give me a break. I love horror books. I mean, I have a continuously growing collection of extreme horror, they call it, splatterpunk. You know, I'm totally down with gore, guts, all the fucked up shit, man. None of that shit phases me. But this book definitely hit me. And if you're the kind of person where if you read this book and this is like nothing to you, you're like, ah, whatever. Ha ha, your parents are dying in smoke. Like, if it doesn't hit you, then chances are the lessons in this book aren't going to hit you. They're going to go right over your head. If that goes right over your head, the gravity of the situation that this guy is in, that all these people in this book are in, then the gravity of what you're learning is also probably going to go over your head. But for a lot of people, there's going to be people who are going to have a hard time listening to this book because of these kinds of things constantly being brought up, because he doesn't shy away from it. He tells you exactly what happened in these concentration camps. And for a lot of people, that's going to be intense to hear, but it's necessary because it really drives home just how desperate this situation was, where you get through that first chapter and you're like, I don't think I would have survived. That's the seriousness of that chapter. You get through it and you think to yourself, if I had to watch my mother and one of my little brothers, because I have two little brothers and a mother that I love very much, if I had to watch one of them being burned alive in an oven, and that was how I got told, that was it. The level of dispassion that the other Jews had for him when he came to the concentration camp, where they say, yeah, come over here. And they're not even thinking, they're not even like sorry, they're not sad, they're not saying, I'm sorry, man, but your mom and your brother are dead. They're saying, come over here. See that smoke? That's your mom and your brother. You're watching it right now. That's them burning alive. They don't even care. Like, that's how fucked up their own lives are, is they're so void of humanity because they've been treated with so little humanity by the guards at the concentration camp that they don't even think to tell this young man, like, to prepare this young man for what he's about to see. They just say, oh, it's right there. There's your mom and your brother. There's smoke now because they're burning alive right now in that oven right there. So say goodbye now while you can. And then they just walk away like, whatever. You know, the intense, I don't know if I could go through day-to-day situations like this, because he went through these same situations every day for 3 years straight in different concentration camps. There was not a moment. There was very brief moments of peace. And the rest of the time it was this. It was extreme degradation, humiliation, and dehumanization, and violence, and trauma to the most extreme that is just difficult to imagine. And once you get done with that first chapter, there really is this realization. I think in most logical people, most honest people are going to read that first chapter and say, I don't think I could have survived that. I don't think I could have. I don't think I would want to. I would go crazy having to go through that. That first night, if I think of myself, like if I had to see, if that happened to me with my little brother and my mom, like I would take it out on somebody. I would snap that second and I would take it out on somebody. That pure anger and rage of somebody coming at you like, oh, say goodbye to them. They're gone. Like, just the level of, you know, the callousness would make me snap on that person. I would fucking break their goddamn face and I would smash it until it was soup on the floor. I wouldn't be able to emotionally handle myself, dude. I would lose all emotional control in that situation. I'm just being honest, dude. That is such a hardcore situation. That is so fucked. And, you know, I think most people are going to read that chapter and think, I don't know if I could go through that. I think there's a lot of people who are going to read that chapter and they're going to be like, I don't even think I can read this book, bro. You know, like, but, you know, I need breaks from the book. This guy didn't get no breaks in real life, and I need breaks from the fucking book. Like, you know, I'm a pussy. Like, you know, but once you get into the second chapter and you've taken, and he starts giving you the lessons, because this is what the book is about. It's him in a concentration camp, and while he was in these concentration camps, him analyzing and seeing, okay, in these concentration camps, there's people that are going through the same things I'm going through, who are going through horrific situations every day. They're being beaten, humiliated, dehumanized to an extraordinary degree. They're going through all this, and they're still, at the end of the day, smiling and laughing. And when there's a young kid whose shirt gets ripped, and there's a young child here that needs a shirt, these men who just are going through this horrificness every day, they've lost their children, their wives, all their families are being beaten and humiliated every day by the Nazis. They still find it in their hearts to give this little kid their shirt, or they'll have little kids that don't have socks. And so they'll sit and cut out and rip up and fashion socks out of their own clothes. And you'll see certain grown men walking around with holes, big chunks missing out of their shirts from where they made socks for some little kid that needed it. You know, after going through losing their entire family and being humiliated on a daily basis, being beaten and starved and all of that on a daily basis, they're still that kind of a person, you know? And then there's other people in the concentration camp who are ruthless, who are mean. You know, you don't hear about this in high school here in America, or at least I didn't. When I learned about the Nazis and World War II and concentration camps, I never heard about the capos. In the book, in the audiobook, they pronounce it capos, but I've heard it pronounced capos and capos, and there's a third pronunciation, but I never learned about the capos in the concentration camps in high school. The capos in the concentration camps, according to Viktor Frankl, who was there, were Jewish people. They were the first Jewish people allowed into the camps that were beaten, humiliated, and had their lives destroyed. And then they took these people, the Nazi SS guards took these people and said, okay, you have a choice. You can take my job. I don't want to be out here in the cold beating up all you prisoners. So I want you to do my job for me. I'm going to take that responsibility. And what's the term for it? I'm going to give it to you. There's a word for it, but I'm giving you that responsibility. It's your job to walk around and make life hell for all the prisoners in this concentration camp. And you can do that, and the surviving members of your family and yourself will have a better life here. You will get access to more food. You will not have to go into the ovens. You will not be beaten. You will have medicine when you get sick, all of that. But you have to take it out on all these other Jewish people. Or you can not do that, and you can continue being one of these other Jewish people that gets beaten and humiliated every single day and treated like absolute dirt. And most of them said, yeah, I'll take it. And those capos were, the way Viktor Frankl tells the story, those capos were more hated and more ruthless than the SS guards were. The SS guards were still insanely ruthless. Don't kid yourself. They were up, but they spent most of their time living in these nice little houses on the concentration camp, partying with hookers and booze and shit like that. They would come down occasionally, kill a whole bunch of people. They were still evil people, but then they'd go back up to their house. But the day-to-day humiliation and degradation that the Jewish people in these concentration camps felt, at least in Auschwitz, where this guy was due to the capos, which were Jewish people that had been convinced to take on the role of Nazi guards and treat other Jewish people just like them, like shit, and treat their families like shit and degrade them and humiliate them. And they took that job on willingly, and they were some of the meanest, according to Viktor Frankl. They were some of the meanest because how they got treated by the Nazis, how well they were treated by the Nazis, depended on how horrible they treated the Jews. So you better believe they did everything to distance themselves from these other Jewish people. Yeah. He talks about those people. He talks about people who just give up. The people who die mysteriously. They don't get sick. They're perfectly healthy. They can go work, and they just curl up in a ball in the bunkhouse where they all sleep. They're not even sleeping on beds. They sleep on hay. He said you'll find people in the corner who they just don't get up. They sit in that hay. They sleep. They piss and shit themselves. They don't eat. They just sit in their own filth and sleep, and then just one day they're dead, and that's it. Like, they don't even know what happened. They just gave up and they died. Compare that to the people who are still out here laughing and joking and trying to make the situation the best they can for other people. Compare those two, and, you know, what's the difference? What is this person? How can this person be this person and this person be this person, even though they're both in the same situation? What created the difference between these two people? And that's what Viktor Frankl, that's what he wanted to analyze. That's what he decided. I'm going to find out how certain people can stay hopeful and optimistic and kind and good-hearted and good-natured, even in the face of the most horrible situation imaginable, while other people understandably give up and turn into vicious, mean, brutal people. You know, like I was saying, like I just told you, I'm being honest. Like, if I was in that position, the first time somebody pointed out the window and said, there's your mother and your brother, and they're in smoke up in the air, they're being burned alive right now, I would flip out. I would snap. I would beat the fuck out of everybody in sight. I would be like, no, I'm not doing this, dude. I'm going on a rampage. I'm going to kill me a Nazi guard and die in the process. But that's how I'm going out. I'm not sticking around to suffer with the rest of you motherfuckers. Like, I'm going to do what I can to hurt all these Nazis I can, and then I'm going out. Or at least I like to think that's what I do. Realistically, I would be one of those people, though, I'd be giving up. I would say, no, I can't do this. Like, I'll give up, and that's about it. But I can't maintain optimism in this circumstance. You know, or at least I think I would be that kind of person. You know, I think most people, if they're honest with themselves, they would say, yeah, I'd be in that area too, bro. But what Viktor Frankl's book does is it shows you what the actual difference between those two people was. And spoiler alert, there's a lot, but small spoiler alert, it's meaning. The people who continued to be good people and kind people and stay optimistic were the people that had a meaning to their life, no matter how difficult their life got. And those were the people that had a reason to keep going on. People like Viktor Frankl, who lost his wife while she was pregnant. She got gassed. His meaning was, you know, taken away from him for a period of time, and he was suicidal for a period of time until he realized, I'm going to die unless I find a meaning. And he found a good meaning. And the people who found meaning in their suffering, that was one of many ways you can find meaning, is meaning through suffering. And he goes over very descriptively how to do that, which is very beneficial to anybody out there who is suffering. But is also, you know, there's other ways to find meaning in life. Excuse me. And he goes over all of them. But that's the power of this book, is by the time you're done, he's given you a roadmap to not just surviving the Holocaust, but surviving it with a smile on your face and no bitterness in your heart. And that's the toughest part of life. You know, realistically, if life were easy, we would all be good people. Most of us, 99% of us would be good people. It's when life gets hard and people have to go through shit, that's what changes people. A lot of people, once they've gone through some difficult times in their life, a lot of people get bitter. They get resentful. They get mean-spirited or cold-hearted or callous. And that's just like normal everyday stuff. After going through too many breakups, too many bad relationships, a nasty divorce, getting cheated on, losing your job, being laid off, you know, having to be poor and watch your children starve, these kinds of things put hate in people's hearts. And but you have this guy and people who survive the concentration camps who have none of that, who don't have hate in hearts. You have people that do. He goes over a really what's the word? Not compelling, but really intense story of a friend of his that was also in the concentration camps, right? And there is him and his friend, this is after they're out of the concentration camps. They're out of the concentration camps, and him and his buddy are walking. And it's a day they're walking on a dirt road through the countryside in Italy. And they look over, and there's this beautiful field full of flowers. It's in like the dusk, the sun is setting. And Viktor Frankl says, like, look at that field. Like, isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever saw? And it's field full of these very beautiful flowers, whatever kind of flowers. This friend of his looks over there, and he sees the field, and he starts crying. And then he runs over there and starts ripping all the flowers out of the field. And Viktor Frankl just stands there. He goes through this entire field, just ripping the flowers out, stomping on them, screaming, crying, bawling, rips every flower out of the ground, and then walks back over to Frankl. And Victor's like, why did you do that? Like, why did you go tear up? I pointed out how beautiful this thing was, and you just done fucked it up. Why'd you do that? And the guy turns to him, and he's still crying, and he says, like, if my life can't be beautiful, why the fuck does that get to be beautiful? Like, how can those beautiful flowers exist when there's nothing beautiful in my life that exists? And then he walks away. That's true bitterness. That's true hatred. Okay. You think you might be a bitter person. You think you might be a hateful person when you are so bitter you can't stand even a beautiful flower existing because you are that bitter at beauty being in the world at all because your life has been that ugly. That's true bitterness, man. That is bitterness to a degree. You think bitterness to a degree is killing somebody because they have more than you. Like, that's, a big thing. That's a fucked up thing. That's a lot more than stomping on a flower, right? But just think about it. Your bitterness is so intense, you can't even allow a flower to exist, let alone people being wealthier than you or richer than you or happier than you. You can't let a beautiful flower exist because you're so fucking hateful that beauty exists somewhere else outside of your life because your life was that dark and evil or dark and ugly. That's brutal. It takes a concentration camp to put somebody through that kind of shit that's how they view the world, That's intense, man. That's so intense. And the reality is Viktor Frankl wasn't that guy. Viktor Frankl went back out in the world and saved other people's lives. Viktor Frankl was the guy that walked through the field of flowers and was able to smile and say, wow, man, I'm so happy I'm alive to see this beautiful field of flowers, even though he went through the exact same concentration camp as that other guy. The difference between this person who is bitter to this extreme and this person who is still able to find meaning in his life. The difference or still able to find beauty in the world. The difference is finding a meaning in your life. And there's so many people who need to hear that, man. This finding meaning in your life is not just the antidote to this existential, what did they call it? I forget, the existential vortex, I think he called it. Cyclone vortex, something like that. The existential void that's created by our modern day society. It's an answer to another problem that he talked about that we see in society, the victimhood mentality. And a lot of people don't like to talk about it. They get very offended when you bring it up because they know that they're engaging in it. That's the reality of it. If somebody brings up victimhood mentality, how it's a bad thing, and you throw a fit, it's because you're probably in the victimhood mentality, or at least it's because there's something in your life that you do that with, right? And it's a very wide phenomenon. A lot of us do, and I think all of us do it to some extent in certain areas of our life. I know I've been guilty of having that victimhood mentality, being an Eeyore. If you watch my other stream on self-help books, you'll remember my talk about being an Eeyore. So you don't want to be an Eeyore. You don't want to be a victimhood kind of person. Finding meaning in your life is the antidote to the victimhood mentality. And Viktor Frankl uses his really intense and really profound experiences in the concentration camp to show how important that actually is, how you can do that, how you can find meaning in a multitude of different ways, and why it is absolutely necessary for you to do it in order for you to be happy. Because, he's talking about it right now. These kids who are, some of the wealthiest students in the world, they're going to the best schools imaginable, Harvard and Yale, and they're killing themselves. We have a suicide epidemic happening in the U.S., and none of these people who are committing suicide have gone through a concentration camp, for fuck's sakes. A lot of them have gone through horrible things in their life, not to discredit the horrible things they've been through. Some of them are absolutely being victimized by other people, not to discredit their victimization. It's happening, but it's not happening at the level that Viktor Frankl went through. It's not happening like your pregnant wife got gassed in an oven and you watched your mother and your brother burn to death and you're the only surviving member of your family after 3 years of being humiliated and beaten down by the very people who did that to your family. The last concentration camp Viktor Frankl went to, at the end of that camp, he saves when the U.S. the Allied forces are approaching the camp to free all of the prisoners and kill the Nazi guards there. He protects a Nazi guard. He saves a Nazi guard's life. He is walking away from the camp with a buddy of his and a Nazi guard, and the Americans come. The guard hides behind a series of trees, and Viktor Frankl stops the Allied forces who are approaching and says, "Hey, there is a Nazi guard. I'm not going to tell you where he is. He's hiding. I agreed to help him hide, and I hid him. He is scared that you're going to kill him. I will tell you where he is if you can tell me, if you can guarantee to me you're not going to end this man's life." And the Allied forces said, "Yeah, if he surrenders with his out weapon, then he won't be executed. We won't kill him." And Viktor Frankl went and got him and took him out, and he bargained the guy's life. He wasn't about to tell the Allied forces where this SS guard was hiding when after being in concentration camps for 3 years and having his whole family gassed. Can you imagine that? Like, how can you imagine can you imagine having that level of empathy? I know everybody likes to fucking think they're the most empathetic motherfucker in the world, but be honest with yourself. Do you have that level of empathy? That's craziness. That's so insane, dude. And mind you, there's a lot in that book. That particular guard does help him out in that book when they're in a concentration camp. That guard clearly doesn't want to be there and does help Viktor Frankl out a lot. He's not good to him, but he's better to him than the other guards are, right? He doesn't go out of his way to make Viktor or anybody else in the prison suffer, and that's why Viktor saves his life. But imagine that. This guy is saving an SS guard's life after 3 years in the concentration camp. This guy over here can't even let a little flower exist because it's too beautiful. And that's one, it speaks to the importance. Again, what I was talking about, you have kids in America that are committing suicide and they haven't gone through anything even remotely close to this, and they're experiencing this existential dread that's enough for them to kill themselves. The reality, man, they're experiencing this victimhood mentality that's enough for them to not just kill themselves, but hate the people around them, have bitterness to the extreme, have bitterness to an extreme degree, and searching for a meaning to life, learning how to find the meaning in your life, a good, important meaning in your life is so important, man. And it is life-changing. This book changed my life. Not even if he just wrote a book about his experience in the Holocaust, it would have changed my life because it just was such a intense eye-opener to how horrible that was. Hearing the personal experience of this man was intense. But finding out what he learned from it and how you can put it into practice and showing the real world experience that led to this belief was incredible. And so this book, Man's Search for Meaning, we've gone over given you a lot of instances of what's going to be in the book. We talked about the author. I'm going to give you, the prose of this book it's going to apply to most people, and it really importantly implies to a lot of the issues people are having nowadays. I believe, and so Viktor Frankl seemed to too, that a lot of the issues we're having nowadays stem from this existential void that people are feeling in our current day America, and the victimhood mentality that's being passed around in a lot of circles in our current day America. And both of those situations are creating people that are bitter, suicidal, addictive. They're struggling with addiction. They're riddled with anxiety, depression, and anger issues, and trust issues. And so many people in our society could benefit from taking this book seriously. And that's the pro of it, as I do think it will affect the larger portion of people compared to the other books I've talked about. The historical, I think that another big pro to this book is the historical relevance. Learning about this point in time in history from the perspective of somebody who was there is important. In my opinion, it's a really awesome lesson to learn. It is one of the most it hits you on a different level. Okay, talking about this compared to the Power of Now or the Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck or the Tao of Pooh, those all hit you on a good level, but this hits you on a very deep emotional level. And for that reason, I think it leaves something stronger behind. And so I consider that a pro too. And for the same reason I consider it a con, that it does get so emotional. For some people, it's going to be too much. But that's the point. If you can make it to the end of the book, the fact that it hits you this hard emotionally means it's going to last a lot longer. And man, I don't have a lot of cons about the book. I really don't. You know, that's all I can honestly think about as far as cons go. Man, the book is just beautiful and amazing. And the only con I have is there's going to be situations, points in that book where it's really hard to keep you're going to have to take a few days break. Some people are going to have to take a few days break because it is emotionally difficult material that he's covering. Really brutal shit. And again, this is coming from a guy who reads extreme horror, man. You know, one of my favorite books is American Psycho. And anybody who's read that book can tell you that book is fucked up. Ooh, way more fucked up than the movie. So if I can make it through that book and unfazed and don't need to take a break, and then I have to take breaks with this book is intense. And it's not intense in a graphic kind of way. It's intense with that realization that this happened to real people, you know? And the emotional aspect of what he's going through is just it's a little too much. It's kind of like, ooh, like you need to take a break because you can't deal with all these emotions at one time. You need to let it kind of, what's the word? You need to simmer, you know? You need to take it easy, relax, let it kind of simmer in your brain and die down before you get back into the book because there's just too much emotionally intense. That's what it is, you know, extreme horror books like American Psycho aren't emotionally intense books. They're intense graphically, like disturbing from a graphic standpoint, but they're not emotionally intense. This book is emotionally intense, right? So that would be the only con. But again, the fact that it's that emotionally intense is what makes it burn into your brain. You never forget this book, man. So there's so very few cons to it. It's not a particularly long book. It doesn't get slow. It's not a slow book. The things that you learn are incredibly powerful. The stories that he tells push those powerful things even harder into your brain. It's just all around a good book. That's about it. That's the only con that I can think, man. It really is. So that's number 3 on my list. One of the most powerful books I've ever read in my life. All 3 of these top 3 books are going to be powerful books like that, where it was like, man, it just changes. It completely changed my entire view of the world. And Man's Search for Meaning completely changed my entire view of what I am capable of going through as a human being. And it changed my entire view of what I expect of the world. I've read a bunch of the Taoist and Buddhist philosophies on suffering. Expect to suffer. This book we're about to go into next is a lot about that as well. Embrace suffering. I've read a lot of those books. None of those books really prepared me for what kinds of suffering I could actually potentially go through in life, because you think this will never happen to you. That's an important point of this book too, is you think, just like Viktor Frankl thought, that's never going to happen. There's no, he could have never perceived that what the Nazis were going to do to the Jews in those concentration camps. He could have never imagined that that's where this situation was going to lead. He never imagined that life could be so brutal that it would put me through that and other people through this. He never imagined that. He didn't think human beings were that brutal. And he was wrong. And so are all of you. Any of you who are out there listening and you think that would never happen to me, there's no possibility here in America that we could ever go through that kind of suffering. Dude, stop, please. No cigarro, bro. Just like you thinking like, there's another good book that's almost the opposite of this book that's equally important. It's not a self-help book, but it's a very poignant and important book that came out of Nazi Germany, or about around that time. It wasn't written at that time, but came at that time, called Ordinary Men. Jordan Peterson he talks about this book a lot because it is a powerful book. That book is also equally powerful. Man's Search for Meaning is a more beautiful book towards the end of it. But Ordinary Men is a very important cautionary tale about how ordinary men became capos and Nazi guards and in concentration camps, and how they became brutal, how they were. You think you're a normal human being. These normal men were bakers and police officers and painters and artists. Oh, yeah, they're progressive people who thought there's no way I could hurt other human beings like that. And then they ended up becoming the people that did the most despicable things to other people in human history. And so you don't think you're capable of being of that kind of evil, and you don't think life is capable of putting that kind of evil in your life. You know, it's important to read these kinds of books and understand, get it through your head. Oh no, like life can be a fucking kick in the dick, and it can do some horrible things to you. And this book definitely prepared me for the idea of like suffering is going to happen in your life one way or another. But that's why having meaning is important, because the suffering, having a meaning in your life and a meaning to your suffering is what makes it bearable. And that's a very powerful message. You know, it's a very, very powerful message for everybody out there, because we're all going to go through some form of suffering or another. And the reality is a lot of Americans really just don't understand how close we are at any given time to being back in this time frame of the world. The span of humanity, 2,000 years plus of humanity, the majority of it was spent with us torturing, killing, raping, and pillaging and murdering each other and going to war with each other, not the life that we have here in America. Here in America, we are a very tiny little dot of humanity that is so fucking belligerently lucky we don't understand it. And that even includes a lot of those of us who grew up in poverty and situations like that. You just don't realize how much better you have it than people did 2,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, 400 years ago. You just don't get it. And I don't get it. It's just hard to understand. So reading these kinds of books, I think, is a very powerful reminder of just how brutal the world can be, and why you need to prepare for it and how to prepare for it, you know? So I think that's important. So anyways, those are my thoughts on Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, the third book and the number 3 spot on my top 8 best books list. We're going to continue on to this next book, Can't Hurt Me. And I say this, and it's kind of funny. I know somebody who's watching this is going to roll their eyes and think, oh my God, this fucking David Goggins guy. You know, everybody has heard of David Goggins, right? We don't need to go into too deep of his about story. The long story short was David Goggins is, you know, we read it right here. For David Goggins, childhood was a nightmare. Poverty, prejudice, and physical abuse colored his days and haunted his nights. But through self-discipline, mental toughness, and hard work, Goggins transformed himself from a depressed, overweight young man with no future into a U.S. Armed Forces icon and one of the world's top endurance athletes. The only man in history to complete elite training as a Navy SEAL, an Army Ranger, and a tactical air controller, that's Air Force Special Forces. He did training for all 3 of those special forces. He went on to set records in numerous endurance events, inspiring Outside Magazine to name him the fittest man in America. So, dude is a very accomplished, look at those awards right there on the chest and whatever. Not as big as a lot of people as far as the award things go, but dude is incredibly accomplished, dude. Navy SEAL, Army Ranger, Air Force Tactical Air Controller. Dude is a total bad motherfucker. And yeah, his book is, well, it's about that. It's this book. He's written a few books, so we'll go ahead and we'll get into it here. So yeah, this is the book, Can't Hurt Me. This is the book specifically I want to talk about by David Goggins. Everybody's kind of heard his childhood story and or knows about him or has heard something about him. Some people like him, some people hate his guts, and they hate what he represents, which is the pure responsibility for everything in your life. It is the complete opposite of victimhood mentality. And some people just don't like that. They don't like that. And to some extent, I can understand. But in any case, we'll go in a little, you know, we don't need to dive too deep into who David Goggins is. This is the book. To me, this is the second best self-help book I've ever read in my life. And, gosh, sorry, I didn't get that burp, but it was like right there in my chest this whole time. I'm trying to talk and I'm like, anyway, This book Can't Hurt Me. I read it once a year, sometimes twice a year. This is by far the number 2 most influential best self-help book I've ever written or ever read. And the book itself goes into David's life. It goes into his childhood in a series of chapters. So we'll dive deeper into the book after we get a little bit more introduced to David Goggins. We don't have to do a lot to get introduced to him, but let's go ahead and we'll dive into that. Here's the book, Can't Hurt Me. Amazon, linked in the description. So if you choose to dive into it after we've discussed it a little bit more and discussed David Goggins. So here's David Goggins' website. Pushing the limits, Goggins has completed more than 70 ultra distance races. Those are foot races that are upwards of 100 miles at one time, often placing in the top 5. He is a former Guinness World Record holder for completing 4,000 push-ups or 4,000 pull-ups, in 17 hours. He is an incredibly important or incredibly sought-after public speaker and a fucking Army Ranger, Navy SEAL, and Air Force tactical controller, right? Here's a bunch of books he wrote. He just wrote the book Never Finished. I haven't read that one yet. And then this book, Can't Hurt Me, was his first book. To me, it's his magnus opus. It's an incredible book. He's also got a shop here where I'm sure you can get the books. There, maybe not. Maybe that's the other page. But you can get the, you don't know me, son. That's one of his sayings. You don't know me, son. Who's going to get the boats? Who's going to carry the boats and the logs, son? Yeah, so this dude is a personality. That's one of the things I'm going to put in the pros of this book. He is a fucking personality, dude. There is nobody like Goggins. But yeah, there's his store. There's his website. If you want to read about these books, get yourself a t-shirt, what have you. Here's a list of his achievements, career highlights. These are all the foot races that he's raced in. You know, and he's gotten first place, fifth place, first place, fourth, third, second, tons of them. That's not even his full list. Oh my God, look at that. He links to the Ultra sign up group, his Ultra Marathon sign up in the media. Okay. Toughest man alive shares how he pushes his mind and body. Yeah, there's a reason they call this dude the toughest man alive. This mentality rubs everybody the wrong way, but it led to my success. Retired Navy SEAL. This mentality rubs everybody the wrong way. That is true. A lot of people do not like David Goggins. From 300 pounds to Navy SEAL. I don't know if you saw on the cover of the book where it shows the old version of him. There's the old version of him in the back compared to the new one. Look at that comparison. 2 completely different human beings. In the back, that's him at 300 pounds. Look at the stretch marks. I can't point it out on screen without moving my mouse, but look at the stretch marks on his chest and his shoulders. And then there's him, the Navy SEAL. 2 completely different human beings, man. It's incredible. You can even almost see it in their eyes. This guy up top, big boy, looks resigned, right? He just looks like fuck life, kind of, right? Like he doesn't even like, what are you looking at kind of attitude. And that guy down there, I mean, there's probably some Photoshop going into this, but it's like, look at how this fucking eyes sparkle. Look out, totally non-homo. But the dude just looks proud of himself, right? Completely different mindset, yeah. So David Goggins does rub people the wrong way. Okay, that's going to be somewhat of a con to this book. Okay, we're going to get into all that here in a minute. First, let me introduce you to David Goggins. Here's him on his Instagram.
It's my first week back running after about 6-7 weeks. I know a lot of you don't understand me. I don't give a shit. But there's one thing I found out. I'm not the smartest motherfucker in the world. But there's one thing I fucking do know. This life is relentless. You better keep coming back from all your failures, all your doubts, all your shit. You better keep fighting, keep getting up. Never fucking lay down for shit. That's one thing we should all agree on. If you've been broken once, you know how that shit feels. That means, fuck it. Try and break me again. One thing in life, suffering has no expiration date. It don't give a fuck if you're black, white, poor, rich, where you come from, how you were raised. It will keep coming after you. Stay hard.
So that's a couple of his motivational talk right there. Is this another one?
So I just got through working out, and this guy goes, "Hey Goggins, you on that winter arc shit?" I'm like, what the fuck is winter arc? He's like, "Well, people are like setting goals for the winter time, like working out more, sleeping more, just better habits and goal setting and shit like that." I go, "Motherfucker, I'm on that 365 shit. It's not an arc, it's a fucking circle. I've been on it for like 30 fucking years. It's a circle that keeps going around and round and round. Winter, spring, summer, fall. Motherfucking winter, spring, summer, fall. Have enough pride in your fucking self to not have this hacky shit to get motivated. Love yourself enough to stay motivated 360 fucking 5. Fuck an arc, do a circle, stay hard."
So this is why this guy rubs people the wrong way. Okay, this is his Instagram that we're on right here, and this is what all of his talks are. It is just that motherfucker, fuck you, fucking don't be a pussy, stay hard. That's his main thing, is stay hard. And he has a lot of wonderful sayings like that, but stay hard, was a good one. So, but yeah, he rubs people the wrong way because he is very, very, he's got the mouth of a sailor, bro. This dude, I mean, he curses more than I do, right? I was talking to my mom yesterday, and she was telling me, "I don't like it how you curse all the time in your streams." And it's like, well, and it is what it is. But got to make my streams, got to do them the way I got to do them. But, I'm like, shit, like, people who don't like cursing, they can't be around David Goggins. They can't listen to David Goggins. This dude just curses up a fucking storm. And it's even when he's happy, it's not even like to be intense. It's just the way this guy talks is just fuck this, fuck that, bitch this, pussy that. And it just never stops. This dude just curses like a sailor. But he also is very anti-victimhood mentality, and it calls it out in a not so friendly way where he doesn't call it victimhood mentality. He calls it being a pussy. And he's on that, nah, you a pussy shit. And he has no chill. This dude has no chill. He is so intense and is so on that beat your own ass, never give up, man, take a fight, or always take a fight, get your ass beat and come back for more, never be a little pussy, never have an off day, never rest up, don't be a pussy. And it can get intense for some people. For some people, it's way too much. And it is. Like, I don't take it to the degree that he takes it. We'll get into that in a little bit. Pros and cons of his book and such, but I don't take it to his degree because I don't need to. I'm fine where I'm at. I don't need to be David Goggins, but I fucking love that he takes it to where he takes it. He serves as that example of how far people can take it, and he's taken it way farther than a lot of people do. And I don't mean just, he works out a lot. Like, this dude has taken his badassness to an extreme degree, right? So here's a little bit more about him. This is Joe Rogan on why David Goggins is a psycho. No, you're going to love this. Let's go ahead and listen to it.
He literally reads out things his haters say in comments and records it and then listens to it while he runs. God. But he's a psycho. I would not recommend that. He lives a different life. Like it's a very performance-based life. It's not like an interactive life. He hasn't done a podcast since he did mine. His last podcast I did, fuck the last podcast I did was like 4 years ago. Fuck these podcasts. But I like you. I'll do yours. Like, he's different. Like, David exists in this world where he is out there pushing himself beyond the limitations of the average human being, like way beyond, in terms of like his tolerance for pain. And he believes he's extracting lessons from that. Like, he likes the suffering because he learns about himself in that suffering, and he continues to grow through that suffering. Like, that's what he does, like, all day long,
man. Yeah, that's what he does all day long. This guy just recently, on Taking Souls. That might be a good thing to add to this later on. Here's the very first David Goggins interview with Joe Rogan, number 1080. I'll link this in the description. We're not going to watch it, but it's definitely a really, what's the word? It's an incredible interview, and it's really funny. If you can get over, if you don't like cursing and you don't like that, fuck you, you're a pussy mentality, then don't don't watch it. You're not going to have a good time. You can try, but you're probably not going to enjoy it. But if you're, if you can just lay back and chill and, counteract his lack of chill with your own chill, right? Then you can have a really good time. It's a really fun episode. He has a lot to teach. Let's look at it right here. It's David Goggins on taking souls. So this is a concept from his book, Can't Hurt Me, the concept of taking souls. Let's listen to it.
My book, Open-Mindedness, what separates me from a lot of people is they go into a daunting task, and the task is overwhelming. Like when I heard the pull-up record was 4,020 pull-ups, and I was talking about breaking this record, people are like, oh my God. I went right to a pen and paper. They go, what are you doing? I'm doing the math, man. What are you talking about? I'm open-minded to the fact that, okay, if I do 5 pull-ups in a minute for so many hours, I can get so many pull-ups in. How much time do I have to rest? I was breaking the math down. You have to be open-minded to the possibilities that I can do this. Once you shut your mind down to the possibility that it can be achieved, there's no way it can happen. So that's why my eyes and my body light up about things, because I know that if you're in a fight, you have to attack. You have to keep attacking. The enemy has to know he is not going to give up. You must break the soul of whatever the fuck is in front of you. That's what I realized. I was never breaking the soul of anything in front of me. So that's why I came up with the thing called Taking Souls in my book. I started to devise ways to break a soul of a human being, of an object, of whatever's in front of me. If you keep on attacking something, nothing wants to stand in front of anything that is relentless. Nothing.
The taking soul part of the book is really interesting because you talked about like the mind shift that you had when you were in Buds.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's an intense part of the book.
Buds is the Navy SEAL training. I forget what it stands for. Something underwater diving school and demolition school. No, I don't know. Buds is the Navy SEAL training, right?
It is. That's when a lot of stuff started clicking, man. I started watching those instructors on the side because there's 3 shifts. There's 8 instructors, 3 shifts. Because the guys going through.
He's talking about his Bud experience right now.
They're up all day and all night for 130 hours. This is the promised land of mental hardening for me. I love this place. And you have the instructors who they've been there, done that. Now they're instructing you. So they do their 8-hour shift. They have their parkas on. It's usually cold, coffee, drinking their coffee, and they're beating the crap out of us. And when I started realizing, I started playing mind games. I was like, you know what? I bet these fuckers are looking at us, judging themselves about when they were going through Hell Week. Let me see, I'm looking at Goggins right now. I was better than him. I was better than that guy. I was better than that fucker over there. And I was like, okay, you're going to judge me, right? All right. So that's what I'm going to do to you. So what I started doing was I got my boat crew 2. It's in the book. It's a great, great story. I said, come here, guys.
You can't break boat crew 2.
You can't break boat crew 2. So it's Wednesday, and everybody's broken. Everybody's beat up, man. And like this is when you start moving like a robot. Everybody's like just trying to get through Hell Week now, and your energy's zapped. And they know Wednesday's like that over the hump.
I love that you talked about that in the book too, that they put it in your head that Wednesday you're going to be tired.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing. They tell you how you're supposed to feel, so you are feeling that way. I was like, don't let these motherfuckers tell you how you're supposed to feel. No, it's day 1, motherfucker. This is hour 1. So I was getting my boat crew all jacked up. I said, we're going to take these motherfuckers' souls. So when they had us doing this simple thing that guys are struggling with, boat crew 2 was just launching the fucking boat and you're yelling, yeah, you can't fucking hurt us. You can't hurt boat crew 2. And I looked on the instructors' faces and it looked like someone had just fucked with their soul. And I looked at my guys in my boat crew and I said, hey, guess what? Those motherfuckers aren't fucking tonight. We own space in their fucking head. We own space. They're going to think about us tonight. They're going to think about how the
You're
fuck.
killing boners.
That's right. Charging. And we start fueling off of that. We start fueling off the fact that, man, it takes 1 second of energy to steal everybody's. And then you have all the energy you need. That's all you need. You need to look at someone's eyes. You know how it is when you fight somebody and you broke that motherfucker. He's like, oh, God, man, I don't want to go back to the next round. And you feel like, my God, I can fight all day. I can fight all day long. That's what taking souls is. But you have to have the will, the heart, the courage to go that distance when you're exactly jacked up. You have nothing left to give and give more.
That is an interesting thing about the mind, is that you can find inspiration, and when you find inspiration, when you get charged up, all of a sudden you have energy.
That's right.
It's
right.
It's weird.
And I talk about in the book also is about I learned how to control my adrenals. If you know how you get that fight or flight response when you get to move real quick.
Yeah.
And you know, I started learning the mind a lot, how to get myself jacked extremely fast.
So that's actually true. We're going to pop over here for a second because that's about, I'll leave the rest for a book. You can read the book if you want to hear the rest because we got a lot to talk about with this book. I love this book. There's a lot to say about it. But that's actually true. They had Andrew Huberman who brought David Goggins in for testing, to test his mind, to test, like, what is this guy doing that he can run for 160 miles straight, right? This guy can do pull-ups until he's got rhabdos in his hands and he's literally disintegrating muscle off of the palms of his hands, ripped all the skin off, and he's still doing pull-ups. Joe Rogan wasn't lying. This dude fucking loves suffering. How does this guy do this? What's in his brain that's making him act like this? And they did a study on him, and what they found is legit. That's why he's saying this. He's not, making shit up. He's being real. Like, no. I went in with scientists, and they studied me, and they proved it. I have control over my adrenal glands. I can, in a split second, put myself in a fight or flight response. He can literally increase his own adrenaline and cortisol by just thinking about shit, by just the way he thinks. The amount of control he has over his mind gives him the ability to control his own fucking adrenal glands, which is unheard of, never been heard of before. This is the only guy that's ever been observed as being capable of doing that. That's crazy. That's so fucking crazy. The level of control you have to have over your own mind to be able to influence your own adrenal glands and know you're doing it is insane. Most people can't even control their own thoughts. This dude can control his own adrenal glands. That's like superhero shit. Dude, that's crazy. So, yeah, he's not fucking around right there. But in any case, so, yeah. Oof, that was a nasty, whatever that was, sound in the microphone. So, anyhow, getting into the book, right? So, if you couldn't tell, this book is going to have a lot of that intensity. The book goes through David Goggins' life from being a child to being an ultra marathon runner. And it's a good distance of his life. I think it's 14 chapters, something like that. I have it right here. 11 chapters. He goes over, it's the writer of the book, the guy who wrote the book with him, and David Goggins in the audiobook. I do recommend getting the audiobook because the audiobook is a lot of fun. Because at the end of every chapter, David Goggins sits with the guy who's reading the book, who wrote the book with him, and they're having a conversation about everything in that chapter, and they add another 20, 30 minutes of information in there. This guy's asking David questions, asking him to expand on certain parts of the chapter, and it's a lot of fun. It just adds more to the book, right? So I recommend, I believe the actual book has pictures in it for certain things, but you definitely want, the audiobook is really good for that. And this audiobook it's the shit to listen to when you're in the gym, bro. When you're in the gym, working out and powering through a nasty workout, dude, David Goggins' book is the shit, man. It's a great listen in the gym, right? So, in any case, David Goggins, the book is about his life. It starts with his childhood of being physically abused, beaten, him dealing with incredibly, growing up in a really small town around people who really, very racist small town that hated him because he was black, and him essentially just going down the tubes, man. Him developing all kinds of trauma responses, not realizing he's not a very smart guy as far as like IQ and intelligence and memory goes, and just all around him making bad decisions in life and life just not going very well for him, right? And then, going that stage of his life, leading him to the point where he's a what do they call it? Damn it, a pest control guy, 300 plus pounds, fat, depressed, life's not going good. And then slowly becoming somebody who was at least capable of going to the Navy SEALs and going to the Navy SEALs, becoming a Navy SEAL. This dude went through 3 hell weeks to become a Navy SEAL. And all 3 hell weeks, he got wounded. The first 2, the first one, I think it was his knee. He fucked his knee up and they had to pull him out of the program. The second one, he got sick, got pneumonia, or maybe that's reverse, got pneumonia and couldn't proceed. And then the third one, he spiral fractured his shins. And he only gets 3 chances to go through the Navy SEAL training. So this is his third chance. He has to go through the rest of the Navy SEALs training with spiral fractures, or not spiral fractures, hairline fractures going up his shin bones. So he duct taped his shin bones and proceeds to go through the rest of the Navy SEAL training, going on 14-mile runs every day with splintered shin bones. This dude is fucking crazy, dude. He ran on, legs that were breaking, ankles that were breaking, in the process of splintering off, and continued to run on them, and graduated from the Navy SEALs training with that. And then went on to go through Army Ranger training, Delta Force training, and became an Air Force combat controller and all kinds of good shit. Like the dude, and then became a marathon runner. And then he goes through that experience too of running his first marathon race where he goes into like kidney failure, like after like 78 miles of running straight. And it's just fucking crazy, dude. Like this dude puts himself through so much shit and gives you the insight into his mindset on how he did it, how he went through all these extraordinarily painful and excruciating events to how he transformed himself from the kind of person who would never dream of doing this kind of stuff to being the kind of guy who lives off of doing this kind of shit. And it's a very wonderful story that can attach to a lot of people, man. And the way the book is structured, it goes through different sections of his life, and you get a chapter where they read the stories. Okay, so you get the story of his life, and then you get what he learned from this portion of his life. And it comes with a challenge. Every chapter comes with a challenge. And this is my favorite aspect of this book, is it's an interactive book. The stories are great. They're so intense. They're so crazy. The shit he's doing, it's like, God, this guy's insane. And all verified, too. Have witnesses for all this shit, okay? There is nobody who's came out and said, well, David Goggins didn't really go through that. No, he went through that. There's numerous people out there who are like, no, that's David Goggins. Again, he has scientists that have came out and said, no, we were there. He went through that. He has people who were there who said, no, I was there when he went through kidney failure after 78 miles straight of running. I remember that. Like, no, people have seen him do these things. Okay. Sorry. David Goggins, so all of this is verified, right? He goes through the story, he tells you what he learns, and then he sets up the story is very entertaining. And then he sets up a challenge at the end of each chapter. That is, you go out in your life now and you implement this challenge. Okay. You don't have to do it to this intense level that he did it. You don't have to do it the way he did it. You don't have to go out there and run 100 miles a day or some shit. But you do need to go out and do your best to add this new challenge to your life and change, use it to change your life, right? So I love that aspect of the book. The idea of every chapter ends with a new challenge that you can implement this new training into your life is awesome. That's super awesome. And I think that's such a brilliant idea. It makes the book very, very helpful. I personally, again, I cuss. I have a fucking potty mouth. My mom gives me shit about it. I don't care. It's just the way that I am. And I, especially being on the internet, so obviously I don't walk into job interviews talking like that. But when I'm on the internet, I'm just chilling and chatting with people. That's what I do. That's how I talk. Yeah. So it is what it is. In any case, I enjoy that. And I enjoy that part of David Goggins' book. I loved Jocko Willink's Navy SEAL, fuck off and do what you got to do. Don't be a pussy attitude. I resonate with that. David Goggins has that same attitude. I absolutely resonate with that. And then you have the challenges at the end of each book that push you to go implement it into your life. And these challenges are great. And the things he gives you, the bits of advice that he gives you at the end of each chapter, you can find very similar pieces of advice in other self-help books, but they're not quite exactly like his. The way that he presents them, the way that he thinks about it, like the idea of taking souls, you want to read that chapter of the book, but the idea is when you need a pick-me-up, you're in a hard battle, you're doing something very difficult. Take a soul means looks at somebody around you and do better than them. It doesn't mean you like challenge them and make them feel like shit or treat them like shit. It just means you try to perform better than them. And what it really is it just gives you a boost of confidence by knowing that I'm in the same shoes as this guy, but I'm doing better than him. So I do this when I'm doing cardio. When I'm doing cardio and I'm on the bike and I'm like having a real hard time of it, I'm like 20 minutes into cardio and I'm like, oh my God, I don't think I can go anymore. I'll look over and see how fast the guy next to me is going, and I'll increase my bike speed so I'm just one notch ahead of him, and then go even harder at it. And there is a confidence thing that happens in your brain where you're watching this guy beside you going at like a 5 on his cardio bike. And he's kind of, oh, and he's sweating and he's breathing real hard. And you're over here going 10 and you're like, yeah, motherfucker, I'm doubling your shit. And you're taking his soul. And in this instance, he doesn't know what's going on. You're not like in his face, like, you're a pussy. Like, you're not doing that. You know, that's not what this book's about. It's not about being an arrogant prick and treating people like shit, for God's sakes. But in your own brain, you are taking his soul. It gives you a boost of confidence. It gives you a second wind, right? You get this in rolling in jiu-jitsu and doing MMA training. When you're rolling and wrestling with people on the mat, you'll have moments where you can feel the other guy give up. And this is how I used to win most of my rolls when I first started. For the first year that I was in jiu-jitsu and wrestling, I didn't know how to submit anybody. The only reason I would win is that I had a lot more endurance than other people. You know, I'd been listening to David Goggins every year for like 4 years straight. I was at 12% body fat. I had never been this fit in my life. And I could just run circles around people. And I could run people down until they just couldn't take it. And people would tap just because they ran out of air and they thought they were going to puke. You know, I call it, what is it? Shoot, what do I call it? I forget. It's fear tapping. It's panic tapping is what I call it. They tap because they're panicked because they can't get enough air in and they can't keep going at this speed. And they have to say, stop, dude, stop. And they have to say, man, you need to tone it down because I can't keep going if you go this hard. They say, okay, yeah, no, totally. And you tone it down because I'm not here to be a dick. And it's like, no, dude, totally. I want to keep having this guy as my wrestling partner. So, you know, I tone it down. But that's where I would tap the most people, is just always keeping the pressure on them until I felt them. And you can feel it physically. You can feel when somebody gives up and you take their soul. They think, fuck it, I can't do this anymore. This guy's going too fast. You can feel their body, their muscles loosen up, their body go limp, and them just say, fuck it, just ragdoll me. I don't even give a shit anymore, bro. You can feel it. And that gives you so much confidence, you know. But there's so many really good points he brings up in. He has one called Building an Armored Mind. That's about building mental toughness. That's ultimately what this self-help book is about, is building mental toughness. I have more thoughts on this book, obviously, but right now, I don't have anybody watching the live stream, at least not according to my little counter thingy, which isn't really accurate. So if there is other people watching this, I'm sorry. I do got to take a piss and take a little break. My cutie pie is going to leave here soon to go do some stuff. She's going to run into town. So give me like a 5-minute break to go take a pee and then go say goodbye to my cutie pie before she goes to do her stuff for the day. And then I got worms that I'm growing. I'm raising a bunch of worms to throw in my compost pile. And I just realized that I left the lid off their bucket last night, and I probably got worms crawling all over my fucking driveway. So I got to go see how many worms I lost last night. So give me a minute to do all that, and we'll come back and talk more about David Goggins, because I have a lot to talk about with his book. Got to give you the pros and the cons and my main takeaways of the book. And we're going to get into all that because it's such an awesome book. So give me a few minutes to do my thing, and I'll be right back, okay? If you're watching this on YouTube, just go ahead and speed forward in the video. You know what to do. All right. Let's see, my headphones, they're still in. Whew. Oh, no. Of course, they're fucked up. Here, let's pop over here. Put you guys on the wrong screen, too. Wow, geez Louise. Fuck, sorry about that. I'm having a fucking worm crisis over here. I put my bucket of worms out yesterday to get some sun I put my bucket of worms out yesterday, as one does, to dry out all the watery dirt, the mud that was in the bucket, you know, because the soil gets too wet and the worms will drown, you know. Too much water and the worms will drown, right? So that my worm bucket, though dirt in it, has just been getting really muddy. So I left it out in the sun yesterday to dry out so it wasn't so muddy and thick. Because, you know, in worms in nature, if the topsoil gets too muddy, the worms go down or they go up out of the soil until they can burrow back into the soil because it gets too hard to move through it, especially little baby worms. I got hundreds and hundreds of worms in that bucket now. They've been multiplying every couple of months, or how I think it's every 2 months your worm population doubles in size. So worms are the easiest pet to have, by the way, but they're real stupid. You can't blame them. They're worms. All they do is crawl, shit, and eat, and you can't really expect nothing less of them, or can't expect anything more from them. But so if they can't crawl through the mud, they'll get stuck and they'll die. Yeah. So I put it out in the sun yesterday and just realized it was raining. When I went to go say goodbye to my cutie pie and take a piss, it was raining. So I ran outside and sure as shit, the bucket's full of water. And I panicked and was like, whoa, and poured the bucket out. Here we go, the ranch. It's my worm bucket story. Poured the water out. And of course I poured out, I don't know how many, you know, at least 50, 60 worms on the ground. So I've been out there for the last half hour with a little pine needle, picking up worms and dropping them in the bucket, little baby worms. I'm like, yeah, you get a bucket. You know, every one of those worms I care for. I've named every single one of them. So, I mean, that's not true, and it is true. They're all named Bob. Makes it easy. So, all my Bobs almost got away. Some of them ran away. Some of them crawled away. I mean, they ran away as fast as they could. Little fuckers act like I never did anything for them. And some of them crawled into the little cracks in my cement and boop, disappeared. And then some of them I accidentally stepped on. It happens. You know, it's like, no, Bob. Oh, no, the other Bob. You're both dead. And then, yeah, so I got most of my worms picked up. But, oh, my God, I've been out there covered in dirt and picking up worms and worm poop and all that. This whole fucking, which is just dirt, by the way. That's all worm poop is. They just poop. They eat dirt and then they poop it back out. But, yeah, so I've been dealing with fucking worm crisis. I finally got them separated into 2 buckets. So got the water drained out of it, and it's still just 2 giant buckets full of mud, but we'll see how many survive, but they're going to have to deal with that until tomorrow when it dries out and I can put fresh soil in there. And then I got some coconut husks I can throw in there too. That'll help out. But okay, enough of my problems, my fucking worm problems, right? Let's jump back into the stream. I'm sure at this point, everybody kind of went home, you know, except for Cutie Pie. She's the only one still watching me. But that's cool. That's fine. We're down. It's chill. I'm still going to talk, you know, for the sake of the YouTube video, and I'll cut out that whole half hour that I spent picking up worms and you just sat here staring at a screen. So sorry about that. I don't usually do that, but it was an emergency. I had to save my worms. I spent $50 on them worms. I've been raising them worms since they was baby worms for, you know, at least the last 3 months. I've been taking those worms and going through and putting them in fresh soil and shit every so often and watching them grow from 50 worms to several hundred worms. I got at least 200 worms in there now. It's crazy. So anyways, yeah, that's what I've been doing. All my fucking worm farming. Anyhow, my life is interesting like that. So we were talking about David Goggins' book, Can't Hurt Me. And I was telling you how the book was structured, gives you a chapter that gives you a really crazy part of his life, what he learned from it, and then he gives you that concept that he learned, whatever that life lesson is, and then gives you a challenge to go out and enact it in your real life. Like, go out and take somebody's soul this week, right? Go out, there's a Armored Mind challenge where every week you got to go out and pick something that you don't like doing and do it. There's the 40-60 rule where, every time you feel like I think he calls it the 40% rule. Every time you feel like you can't give anymore, you're just hitting 40%, you're hitting your governor. So once you are on that treadmill to the point that you feel like you're going to die, just do 2 more minutes. That's all you got to do. Just do a little bit more than you expected you could be able to do, right? And just enact all these different concepts into your life. They're really easy to enact. Some of them are brutal. The first one in one of his first chapters, Truth Hurts, where he just flat ass says it like, I spent my whole life blaming everybody else for my issues. I said, because my dad beat me, I'm depressed and I can't go out and make anything of myself. Because I wasn't smart in school, I'm never going to go out and make anything of myself. Because I ran into a bunch of racists when I was a kid and was treated like shit, I can't go out and do anything for myself, and everything is everybody else's fault. That whole chapter is about that. And he has, this dude has a life story. It's like, if anybody has an excuse to just roll over and die, it's David Goggins, right? This guy had every excuse in the world. He was abused severely as a kid. He was neglected in school. He was, shouldn't have even been allowed to pass a lot of his classes because he couldn't read. Even when he was in high school, he still couldn't read, but teachers just let him pass because they didn't want to fuck with him. I actually had a friend that was that same way when we were juniors in high school, and we stopped doing sustained silent reading, SSR. Any of you young kids might not know about that, you youngins, but in my generation, we had sustained silent reading for an hour every day. I got dirt under my fingernails now. Sustained silent reading, where everybody would sit and read a book silently for an hour. And then they decided, well, this isn't, what's more helpful for the kids is if they did group reading. So for the last year I was in high school, 2 years I was in high school, we had to do group reading instead of sustained silent reading. And we had to read a book, and everybody in the room had to go around and read a chapter or a few pages out of the book every day. And we got to my buddy, who we were juniors in high school, and he goes to read his part of the book, and he's like, the dog jumped off of the and we're like, the couch? And he's like, yeah. And we're like, holy shit, dude, you can't fucking read the word couch? And even the teacher was like, are you fucking around right now? Are you playing a stupid game? Or are you just being funny or some shit? And my buddy, we're going to call him Bob. And Bob was like, no, he was like, no, yeah, I just don't feel like reading today. He was trying to play it off no, I'm just tired. It's just, I don't really want to read today. Can have somebody else read. And the teacher was like, yeah, no, okay. Of our little group, she was like, yeah, no, okay, we'll have somebody else read. And then, of course, when we're all leaving, she's like, hey, Bob, you need to stay behind. And then I go to talk to Bob later, and Bob's like, fuck, dude, they're gonna make me take classes after school and shit. And I was like, yeah, bro, that was a fucking 5th grade reading level book, dude. You couldn't read the word couch, Bob. What the fuck? I didn't know. And I'm not angry at you or some shit, but it's how the fuck are you a junior in high school and you can't read the word couch, bro? What happened there? And he's like, I don't know, dude. I just did all my schoolwork that everybody told me to do. Well, the thing was, he couldn't read, and the teachers knew that. They just didn't want to fuck with it, so they just passed him. They just gave him the lowest grade they could give him and still pass him, and said, now fuck off and get out of my hair. You're not my problem anymore, Bob. Fuck you. And fuck you, Bob. And that's a real bummer, dude. But yeah, junior in high school, man, and couldn't fucking read the word couch. It was crazy. And so that does happen, dude. There's some teachers in the world, there's good teachers in the world, but there's some teachers in the world where they just don't give a flying fuck about their kids. They just don't give 2 shits if you're good at what you're meant to do or not. They don't care. Some of them care a lot, and some of them don't. Some of them don't care even a tiny bit. And so this happened to David Goggins, and, the racism that he experienced, he has all the excuses in the world to be angry at the world and take it out on the world and say, fuck the world, I'm not going to play along. But well, he tried that, and it made him depressed and made his life fucked up and made his life way worse. Oh, I realized I'm out of coffee. Son of a bitch. Well, I might leave you guys temporarily again to go get coffee here in a minute, because we still got a lot of this video left. This is going to end up being another 4-hour video, which is cool. It's fine as long as I get my coffee. So I'm going to go run and grab some coffee here in a minute after I get done talking about the David Goggins book. Yes, once I get done with that, then I'll go grab coffee. But at least give you guys this much. So he goes through these areas of his life, and in the first chapter, the end of the chapter is he realizes the first big change he made in his life was what he called the accountability mirror. And it was every day he'd go into the mirror. He would have sticky notes posted on his mirror about goals and truths that he had to accept. The truth is, you're stupid. Like, he wrote that on a sticky note, put it on his mirror. The truth is, you're stupid. And that means you're going to have to work harder than everybody else to get ahead in life. When it comes to learning, you are going to have to do extra practice. So here's the extra practice you got to do. Then you'd have another sticky note that says you're going to study an extra hour every night after school because you have to, because you're stupid. And, you know, he has another sticky note over here. It says you're fat. You're fucking fat, dude. And because you're fat, you need to work harder than everybody else to get skinny. So this is what you're going to do to get skinny. And it was his accountability mirror. And the chapter's called The Truth Hurts. It's like the second or third chapter. You know, that's a tough, and then the challenge, of course, is you have to do your own accountability mirror. You have to get your own sticky notes, post them on your mirror. You're fat. You're stupid. You're a bit of an asshole. People don't like you. You're lazy, whatever it is, you know, and this is what you're going to do to change that. And that, for a lot of people, that doesn't jive. And nowadays, self-help world, for a lot of people, that sort of mentality does not jive. There's a whole world full of people out there that would cringe at the idea of a fat person just accepting, look, I'm fat and I need to do something about it. You know, like that doesn't jive with certain people in the psychology world, right? They think, no, you can't treat yourself like that. And for the record, yeah, to some extent, if you do too much of that, you will fuck yourself up, you know? And so you don't want to do that too much. You know, you don't want to be in a position where you're just beating yourself down and that's it. You know, there's other chapters in the book that go over that concept, right? But it is, you have to be brutally honest with yourself. This is how you're fucking up in life, and this is how to change it. And it is, you know, these are the kinds of reasons, that plus the cursing, plus the anti-victimhood mentality, the intense Navy SEAL personality. For some people, it's going to rub them the wrong way. And I could put that in both the pros and cons category of the book, where for some people, it's going to be a huge pro. You know, for some people, they need, like I said, I believe for a lot of people, it's mostly guys, it seems like, that really do feed off of this idea of I'm going to fucking, or off of this being treated like a drill sergeant kind of thing. Like a drill sergeant's in the room with you telling you what needs to get done, is going to kick your ass if you don't get it done. That appeals to a lot of people, women too, but it seems like it's mostly young men that appeals to. And then some other people just aren't with it, so, and some people love that, like Navy SEAL, you can do whatever, you just got to not be a pussy. And other people just can't hack that. That's just not enough for them, right? Some people don't like that. The super anti-victimhood mentality to the extreme, dialed to 11, is going to appeal to certain people, and other people just aren't going to jive with it. They're going to be like, no, dude, I don't like that. That's not who I am. So it's going to, different people are going to get different things from it. It might not be your style. It is somebody's style. So I'd put it in the pros and cons. He's got a very abrasive style, and that style is not going to appeal to everybody. What I do like about the book is his story is the most inspirational story I've ever heard about self-improvement. There is no other personal growth author out there, period, anywhere, that has that kind of transformation cataloged, provable, and put down in a book for you to read the entire story. There just isn't. Okay. So that's a big plus to that book, is his story really is inspirational. Viktor Frankl's story is incredibly inspirational too, but in a different way. It's inspirational that this guy survived and still managed to find a good quality life after going through so much pain and suffering. This guy is inspirational because he jumped into the pain and suffering head first and said, give me that. Give me more of it. Make me a Navy SEAL. Make me suffer until I'm the toughest motherfucker in the world. And as a result, like Viktor Frankl's book is much more about, the whole point of it is finding meaning, why it's so important for you to find a meaning in your life and adhere to that and use that as your guiding light. Because when things get hard, that's what's going to keep you not just around and surviving, but it's going to keep you happy, and it's going to keep you a good, kind person. When you don't have a meaning in your life, or you have a very bad meaning in your life, that's when it's easy to become bitter about the bad things you've gone through in your life, right? That's completely not opposite, but it's different from David Goggins' book, which is entirely about developing mental toughness. It is, you will be able to do whatever you can do achieve any goal you want to achieve, become the person you want to become, when you develop enough mental toughness to deal with whatever bullshit life throws at you and get better as a result of it, instead of letting it defeat you. And that's where his book comes from. One book is about making you a mentally tougher individual and inspiring you to go out and to achieve that for yourself. The other one is trying to convince you of the importance of meaning and what it means to you, and how to use that in your life to help get through suffering, right? And the two together make for a really powerful combination of strategies you can use to really improve on yourself, improve your personal growth, improve where you're at in life, improve your mental health. These books, they're all different and they're all meant for different people, but combining those two books together, man, that makes an effective person. That makes somebody who has a purpose and a meaning in life, combined with the mental toughness to go through whatever it is they need to go through in order to achieve that sense of meaning. That's a very, dangerous individual right there, in the sense that they're going to go out in the world and they're going to achieve some shit. So in any case, yeah, that is really cool. That's awesome, man. So that is one of my all-time favorite books. David Goggins' book, I found me when I absolutely needed it, man. So when I was in my self-help journey, I was out in the gym. Okay, I was just getting into the gym, just quit smoking like 6 months prior, and was in the gym every day working out. And, I was working with a personal trainer to figure out, because I had tweaked my shoulders multiple times in the gym because I had no idea how to lift weights. I met with a personal trainer and a friend of mine too, who was a weightlifter that I met in the gym, who were constantly they're coming in with me and giving me like personalized training to help me perfect my form in the gym. And I would sit in the gym and spend, a couple hours a day in there listening to some audiobook, some self-help book while I was working out. And I had 2 books that I had just bought. And I had just bought The 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss and David Goggins' Can't Hurt Me. And I listened to The 4-Hour Workweek, and I listened to about 2 chapters. It was almost the exact opposite of David Goggins, right? The 4-Hour Workweek was, more about taking responsibility and delegating it, to other people, and freeing up as much time in your life to only focus on the important things, the most necessity of things that you need in order to make money or whatever. And it's about delegating to other people, and it's about, the first chapter itself is, funny enough, it's so kind of hilarious in an ironic way. The first chapter is about giving up, how quitting can be the right thing to do. And it's true, there is things in life, that my friend Taylor is a very successful guy, and one of the things that he is successful at is he'll try anything. He'll try anything to see if he can be good at it. But if he realizes this isn't what it is, there is no money in this is going to be way more difficult than he thought it was, and he doesn't have the funds to do that or the time to do that or whatever, he'll drop it like that and immediately pick up on something new. His ability to fail quickly and learn from that failure and understand very quickly if this is his thing or not, is something he's really good at. And it's part of what makes him so successful, in my humble opinion, right? He's successful for a lot of reasons. But that's one thing that he does that I noticed he does that makes him very successful. And this book, the first chapter, it says, it's okay to quit things in the middle. Well, for me, that wasn't the kind of advice I needed in my life, because I had quit everything in my life halfway through. Okay. So I didn't need somebody to sit there and tell me it's okay for you to quit halfway through. So I read his first chapter about how it's okay for you to quit halfway through a book. And I said, oh, I'm going to take your advice. And I quit reading his book. So be careful, be careful whose advice you take, but be careful what advice you're giving motherfuckers too, because they just might take it literally. And if the advice is they could quit, I quit his book because of that. And then ended up reading David Goggins' book. And the first chapter was what I needed. It was, this is how hard my life was. These are the things I had to go through. And I defeated all of them. And I didn't let a single one of them push me behind. And how I didn't let them push me behind was not by getting angry and bitter and blaming everybody else. It was by taking responsibility, understanding this pain and trauma that I have from these bad aspects of my life. It's my pain and my trauma. It's my responsibility. And I have to go out there and make something of it. So that's what I'm going to do. It's my responsibility. I'm taking the responsibility. I learned that you have to enjoy suffering in life, because suffering is going to come. And if you can enjoy it and work through it and learn from it, it's going to make you a bigger, better person. And don't ever quit. Don't ever quit. Quitting's for pussies. That's what I needed to hear. Okay. That was the advice I needed in my life at that point. So I went with David Goggins' book. And then the pandemic hit, and they shut down all the gyms right when I was just getting in the habit of going to the gym and trying to build up my, my strength and work out. And this was what I'd promised I'd give myself after quitting cigarettes, is like, once I'm free of smoking, I'm going to the gym every day and I'm working out, and I'm going to develop a body that I'm proud of. I'm going to build muscle and feel good about who I am and how I look. That's my gift to myself. And I started on that. And then, of course, COVID hit. I was in Denver. They shut down all the gyms in Denver, which nowadays we know that was a really fucking stupid thing for them to do, but they did it. And so I went and got a broom handle, went to my house, bought a broom, took the bottom off of it. And with the broom handle, I practiced my form for all of my compound barbell lifts, right? Practiced my squats, my bench press, my bent over rows, just using a broomstick, just so I could practice the form and get in the habit of it. And I did that for an hour every day. And then one day I went out to start running, because I, started kind of running every other day that I wasn't in the gym. And I could only run like a quarter of a mile. I mean, I just quit smoking 6 months ago, dude. Like, I could barely, I could walk a quarter of a mile is more accurate. Fuck running. I could run 10 steps and then I'd puke. I was so bad and so out of it from 13 years of smoking. And then I was out there, a friend of mine that I seen who was a retired Army Ranger was out there running on the same track. And he was running with, the weighted vest and shit on. And he sees me and he stops me and we start talking. And I tell him, yeah, it sucks. They shut the gym down. This was the same guy, actually, who was in the gym with me, teaching me proper lifting form. He was a power lifter, Army Ranger, retired, turned power lifter. I met him in the gym. He showed me how to lift with proper form. And then we kind of fell out after COVID hit. And then I was out there running one day at Washington Park. They got a 2-mile track around Washington Park, and I'm out there running the track, and there he is. And so he stops me and he says, yeah, well, I can give you a good workout, an insane workout that'll help you lose fuck tons of weight and really help your mental toughness. And I was like, yeah, dude, send it to me. He's like, yeah, man, it's the workout program I make for my friends in the military when they're getting ready to train for the Ranger School, right? So it gets you physically ready to go to Army Ranger School. And I said, wow, dude, yeah, I would love that. And so he sends it to me, and it was a 13-week program. It escalates very quickly over 13 weeks. The first week, you go out and you run, what was it? So first week, you go out and run a mile for time, and then you ruck 3 miles every other day. So one day you run a mile for time, the next day you ruck for 3 miles, sub 15-minute miles, right? With 30-pound rucksack, okay? Easy peasy. And then every day, of course, it's like one set of push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, and bodyweight squats till failure, and as many burpees as you can do in 1 minute. Something like that, right? The heartburn is back. I have heartburn over my baby worms dying. Anyways, so he gives me this workout program. At the end of it, at 13 weeks, you're running 12 miles for time as fast as you can, or 10 miles for time as fast as you can, and rucking 20 miles every day that you're not running, 6 days a week. So you're on your feet 90 miles a week, ruck 20 miles straight, no breaks, with a 50-pound rucksack. Each one followed by 4 sets of push-ups, pull-ups, and sit-ups till failure, and and then 150 burpees in a row. And for time. And I did that shit. By week 13, I was doing that shit, dude. I was rucking 20 miles, running 10 miles, doing 150 burpees in a row, and it was fucking nasty and brutal. And the only thing that kept me going through that was David Goggins' book. In my headphones, listening to this dude, just that punishing, don't be a fucking pussy, don't ever give up, you're a little bitch, you need to get rid of that little bitch inside your head, you little bitch, stay hard. And that's what inspired me, and it got me through that shit. And that was another really big, just like quitting smoking, and then doing this, Army Ranger, I guess what you call this workout program to get you ready for Army Ranger School. Completing that were 2 massive moments in my life. Those were big check marks. David Goggins calls it the cookie jar. Every success you get in your life, you write that shit down and you remember it, and get into the habit of when you're doing something difficult, like you're out running 10 miles and you feel like, God, I'm going to quit, reach into the cookie jar and take another cookie. think of this amazing thing that you accomplished at one point in your life that you didn't think you'd be able to do. And let that drive you, let that fuel you to go the rest of the way. And it is a powerful concept that really helps with mental toughness. And those were big cookies for me. Those are still things that to this day I still think about. And it's still part of my cookie jar, right? When I'm having a difficult time in the gym, I remember like, dude, I fucking used to ruck 20 miles a day with 50 pounds on my back. And I did that 3 times a week. You know, I quit smoking. All right. Like I can do another few sets of this or a few sets of that or whatever. Yeah. So, you know, there it is. That's so many interesting things that I learned from this book. I can't give you one takeaway. This book is the Bible for mental toughness. It is. There is no other book that compares to if you're out there searching for, if your personal health journey is you need to become a mentally tougher individual, this is the book. This is your Bible. Keep this shit by your fucking nightstand. Okay. Keep it in your headphones when you're in the gym. Listen to it every year, right? Like I do. That's what I do. I listen to it at least once a year, sometimes twice. And this is the definitive book on how to build mental toughness. It is. There's no better book than this, man. It is personal. You really get to know David Goggins. By the end of this book, you've heard so much of the difficulties he's gone through in his life. And look, for what's the word I'm thinking of? A disclaimer. Disclaimer here. Like, David Goggins isn't a perfect dude. Another reason, you know, David Goggins has the attitude that some people don't particularly like. It can be abrasive and some people don't like that. A lot of people don't like him because, one, there is aspects of his life that weren't particularly amazing, I guess you could say. He didn't actually have a lot of like solid combat experience going to war. He wasn't like Jocko Willink and him were both Navy SEALs at the same time. And Jocko Willink was down in Afghanistan in the absolute worst part of that war, you know, conducting missions and saving American troops. And David Goggins wasn't. David Goggins went to random places and didn't, you know, as far as even he says, dude, I wasn't ever on the battlefield. I wasn't, honestly, they never put me on the battlefield. I was a Navy SEAL that sat on the sidelines and spent most of his career in recruitment. That's where they found a real inspiration behind him. Was he recruited. In fact, he was really good at recruiting young Black Americans into the Navy SEALs. You can credit David Goggins, probably, I don't know if exclusively, but he's a big part of what has turned into the special forces being much more diverse nowadays. That's what he was good at, was going out and talking to young Black men who were convinced that the Army isn't for Black people. It's a white man's army. He was the one that came out there and said, bullshit, dude. Like, you can believe all that shit and you can do that victimhood mentality, you're Black and nobody loves you, or you can suck it up, get over it, and be a tough, bad motherfucker like me, and one day you're going to be running 100 miles, okay? Every other person who tells you, oh, you know, you're Black and you shouldn't be in the military, well, they ain't out there running 100 miles. I am, okay? I can run 100 miles. I can be a Navy SEAL. Okay, I'm more badass than any guy you think you know from any fucking gang in any ghetto. Okay, I'm trained fucking killer by 3 out of 4 special forces units, you know, tier 2 units. So don't, you know, it's not a comparison, bro. If you want to grow up and be a bad motherfucker, this is the route to go down. And tons of Black and Hispanic kids sucked that message up and went out and became that. And good for them. That's awesome, dude. That's amazing. And so you can really credit him with diversifying the Navy SEALs, right? And the reality, you know, that's what he was good at, though, was recruitment. That's what the majority of his Navy SEAL career was. And he was the first to admit it in his book. He says, look, I never claimed to be some badass that was out there on the battlefield killing people, because that just wasn't what I ended up doing. I ended up doing the recruitment thing. And he even admits it again in his book, where he's like, dude, because of my mentality, people had a hard time getting along with me. I was nonstop on self-improvement. And a lot of other Navy SEALs took that very personally, and they didn't like me. And so I have a lot of Navy SEAL friends that, or not friends, but I know a lot of Navy SEALs who don't speak very kindly of me, because I was 100% focused on self-development and mental toughness instead of actually going out and being a Navy SEAL. And he knows that. He knows that's probably why he didn't get into DevGru, why he probably didn't get, you know, into the DevGru as a tier 1 unit in the Navy. That's like the special, that's Navy SEALs times 100. Yeah, it's SEAL Team 6. He didn't get into that because he didn't have that mentality. And he recognizes that now. And he even says it in his own book, so he understands he fucked that up. He also doesn't have a lot of details about his family life in his book. I think he's on like his 4th divorce at this point in his life. He never mentions spending time with his kids or anything like that. And you can kind of get from it. A lot of people say it online, and I imagine it's got to be true to some extent. He's probably not a very good father or a good husband. And I think he said that he's not a good husband, because this is what his life is self-improvement and mental toughness. And he's not willing to give that up for anybody, his wife, his children, anybody. Like, this is what he wants to do in life. And he's going to do it, and nobody's going to stop him, because that's his mentality, is you don't stop David Goggins from doing shit that he wants to do. It doesn't matter what the issue is. He's not going to stop. He's going to do what he wants to do. Right. And then there's another aspect to it where people are correct that if you take it as far as David Goggins, the way like Joe Rogan talks about it, if you take it as far as David Goggins is, you're gonna, there is such a thing as too much of a good, and that includes mental toughness. David Goggins is that guy who multiple times in his life, he regularly has to get his knees drained from all the blood and the liquid, the lymphatic fluids that swell up in his kneecaps from running too much. They stick giant needles in his kneecaps. He has tons of videos of it on his Instagram. They drain the fluid out of his knees. And then guess what he's doing a week later? He's out running a 50-mile run a week later. And the doctors are like, you can't keep running, dude. You're destroying your knees. And he says, I don't give a fuck. And they're like, don't your knees hurt? And he said, chronically. My knees hurt every day. They never stop hurting because of all the running I've done. And I don't give a fuck. I'm still going to keep doing it. And because this is what I wanted. This is me pushing myself. This is just one more hurdle for me to jump to prove that I'm better than all you motherfuckers. And people are like, dude, that's crazy. You don't need to go destroying your knees to prove this to anybody. And the thing is, he's not. He's proving it to himself. That's his thing in life. That was his meaning. His meaning in life was to become the baddest motherfucker he knew. And he took it very seriously. And to the extent that he, ended up divorcing multiple wives, ended up not being in his children's lives, potentially, we don't know that, but it seems like it, and destroying his body. So taking David Goggins' advice and becoming David Goggins is a very painful life. You can say whatever you want about, oh, that's unhealthy. It is unhealthy for your body, but as far as mentally unhealthy, this dude is happy. Again, it's his meaning in life. He's accomplishing his meaning, and Viktor Frankl would tell you, well, his meaning doesn't gel with yours, but he's got a meaning. And as long as you have that, yeah, life is going to be good, even when it's extraordinarily painful. And that's how he gets through it. Even Viktor Frankl would say, yeah, I want to do that, but it's pretty incredible what he's doing, So that's the thing. You don't have to take it as far as David Goggins. People use that as an excuse not to listen to David Goggins, and that's a bullshit excuse, because David Goggins even says in his books, don't go out there and join the Navy SEALs just to be mentally tough like I did. It'll fuck you up, and you don't want to do that, okay? Don't go out there and run 100 miles just to be as mentally tough as me, because it's going to fuck you up, and you don't need to do that. It can be dangerous at that point. His first 100-mile race, he went into kidney failure and almost died. So don't do that. And he says, don't fucking do that, but go out tomorrow and run a mile. Okay, that's it. Run a quarter of a mile if that's all you can run. Okay, do that for a week. And then next week, run a half a mile every day. Okay, little baby steps, bro. But take those baby steps and push yourself to do things you don't like to do. Push yourself to stay committed to things that you don't want to stay committed to. Push yourself outside of your comfort zone and develop this habit of nothing can stop me. Mental toughness, man. Develop it, learn it, love it. And you will achieve far more in life in the realm of happiness, your accomplishments, the kind of person you can become. That's all going to come as you develop mental toughness. And so there's a lot of reasons there why people don't like him. Okay, disclaimer, he's not perfect. There's a lot of reasons why people want to pick up his book. There's a lot of cons of that book that I just gave you. But the reality is the pros are, one, I believe him. Mental toughness does improve your life. It is really good advice. Everybody should practice some level of mental toughness. I am one of those fervent believers that you need to stay away from the victimhood mentality. It's okay to, when you've truly been victimized in life, it is 100% okay to admit that. And especially say that was not my fault, that somebody victimized me. That's very important for you to understand that. Because it can get in a mentally dark place if you don't accept that about yourself or accept that about your situation. This did happen to me. It wasn't my fault, but it still happens. But I'm a huge, again, this is something that I went through in therapy. My therapist was this way, and it worked really well for me. You have to accept responsibility for your trauma, your pain, the issues you are currently having, your maladaptive behaviors, and your negative character, the negative aspects of your character. You are responsible for those things. You are not off the hook for any of that because somebody victimized you. You have to figure out a healthy way to get over this really horrible thing that happened to you. And it'll never be an excuse for you to not go out there and be a better person and try to be the best person you can be. And it requires mental toughness to do that. And for me, developing a little mental toughness in my life is what propelled me to be doing things in life that I didn't think I was capable of doing, which includes streaming, which includes doing MMA, streaming, all of that shit. You know, a lot of the things I'm doing because I developed a mental toughness, and developing that mental toughness gives me the confidence to do these things, you know? So I can't express enough how much I believe in that. Again, if you enjoy the drill sergeant attitude and the cursing, the sailor mouth, then David Goggins is definitely your man. You're going to fucking love this guy, right? That's going to be a plus for you. If you don't, then it's not going to be a plus for you, right? If you like hearing crazy stories of people accomplishing amazing shit, then that's a huge plus of this book. The challenges he gives you are going to be a huge plus of this book too. That's one massive plus of this book, is it's such an interactive self-help book. That's huge. And yeah, to me, it's inspirational. It's not going to be inspirational to everybody, but it is to me. It was so inspirational that I even put it's number 2 on my self-help book list, right? And so, yeah, the key takeaway from this book, there's so many takeaways, but the key takeaway, if I had to go down to one thing, was the importance of developing mental toughness and how to do that. He gives you that roadmap, okay? Viktor Frankl gives you the roadmap to finding meaning in your life. David Goggins gives you the roadmap to finding mental toughness in your life, okay? So, though that's our second book, number 2 on the list of 8 best self-help books I've ever read. And we're about to jump into my number 1 best self-help book, but you're going to have to wait a little longer because I need to go grab me some coffee, because I'm going to be talking about this for at least the next hour, okay? So chill, stay. Okay, we are back. Let's pop this back up, y'all. Okay, so we are my next number 1 best self-help book I have ever read, Mind Hacking by Sir John Hargrave. So completely different book from the last 2 books we just talked about, the last 3, really. First one, Alan Carr's Easy Way to Quit Smoking. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's about quitting smoking, but gives you a lot of confidence in your ability to do something like that, sets a roadmap out there for you to quit virtually any bad habit you have from that point forward. The Man's Search for Meaning, gosh, had a brain fart there. Man's Search for Meaning gives you the roadmap to finding meaning in your life and expresses why that's so important and how it can help you, even in the worst possible imaginable circumstance, even the worst imaginable circumstances humanly possible. Number 2, David Goggins' Can't Hurt Me gives you the roadmap to building mental toughness, tells you how to, shows you why it's important. And then Mind Hacking. So Mind Hacking is cognitive behavioral therapy light for somebody who doesn't know what cognitive behavioral therapy is, okay? My very first stream, I did What is Cognitive Behavioral Therapy? That was the name of the stream. That was the topic. Did 2 hours on it, telling you what cognitive behavioral therapy is and how it works. Though it is amazing. Cognitive behavioral therapy is amazing. For those, I suggest you go check that stream out, even though it is my first stream and the quality isn't the best. It is a very useful stream. I might actually redo that stream at some point just to have a better version of that, because it is important material. But just to briefly summarize cognitive behavioral therapy, what you do in cognitive behavioral therapy is you find what issues you're having in life as far as like personality traits, maladaptive behaviors. You pick out distinct behaviors or perceptions of the world that are not healthy or negative or feeding either disorders that you might have or issues you are having in your behavioral, the way you act and your character. And then you find ways with your therapist to change these behaviors and replace them with better behaviors, change these perspectives and replace them with better perspectives. And you figure out where they come from and how you can change them and how you can replace them with something that's more healthy for you to have a healthier behavior. So like example, if you have the behavior of avoiding conflict can be an unhealthy behavior to an extent. And if that's an unhealthy behavior of yours, then in cognitive behavioral therapy, your therapist is going to sit you down. She's going to say, okay, this is an unhealthy behavior of yours. This is what we got to do to change this. One, we need to, here, sorry, I'm checking, make sure my restream is still on. Okay, it is. Sorry about that. Got off topic. So the therapist is going to sit down, identify this unhealthy behavior. You guys are going to figure out where it comes from. And so you can figure out the correct way of changing it and then replace it with the healthier behavior of, say, being more assertive when conflict happens or being honest with people in spite of the fact that it might result in a conflict, or finding healthy ways to deal with conflict instead of attempting to avoid it, because that's something that can happen. If you're avoiding conflict, some people will go out of their way, so far out of their way to avoid conflict that they will lie to people, they will be dishonest about specific things, they will avoid certain people, they'll end friendships, all kinds of crazy stuff, So your therapist will go through whatever is necessary to build up a comfort with conflict, right? So in any case, comfort with confrontation, right? So that's the general idea behind cognitive behavioral therapy in a nutshell. The problem with cognitive behavioral therapy is it's expensive, and it can take a long time to see results from it. Because it takes a long time for the therapist, in yourself to really understand what's wrong with you, to identify it, identify where it comes from, identify the appropriate means of getting rid of it, and what you should replace it with, and then enacting that every day. So in lieu of that, you have this book. Here's a book on Amazon, $10 paperback, super cheap. This is like cognitive behavioral therapy light, right? So this is the book. We're going to go into a little summary of it right here. And then I'll dive into it and why this book is so important, why it's my number one favorite self-help book of all time. But I'll have this link in the description, right? So you know where to buy it in if you're interested. So content. What Mind Hacking by Sir John Hargrave is about. Briefly, Mind Hacking by John Hargrave is about programming your mind. Throughout the book, the reader completes many exercises to do that. There are 3 mind hacking principles. So the book is about programming your mind, reprogramming your mind. It is, like I said, it is cognitive behavioral therapy light is essentially what it is. My AirPods are dying. So it's cognitive behavioral therapy. That one's dying too. Fuck, you guys. Right when we get to the number 1 numero uno book. Oh, wait. Well, I'll keep them in the charger here for a little while, and hopefully that helps it. Make sure. Oh, yeah, I got that disconnected. Never mind. Okay, well, we're going to go for as long as we can. Hopefully my earpods will charge a little bit in that charger, and we can do that. But if the sound starts fucking up, Cutie Pie, I think you're still watching. Let me know if suddenly the sound sounds like shit, But anyway, Sir John Hargrave. This book is about reprogramming your mind, which is what cognitive behavioral therapy is. It is cognitive behavioral therapy light. It is taking the operating software that you have, that you developed as a child, okay, finding out what is wrong with it and learning how to replace it. And that is such an important ability to know how to do. No other self-help book is going to help you if you can't implement what you learn in the self-help book. And this is how to implement change, okay? This is giving you a roadmap, an interactive roadmap. That's one thing. Several exercises to complete. Every chapter has numerous exercises at the end of it. It's a really short book, tons of written exercises and all kinds of stuff. And it's fun. It's a very fun, interactive book. This is the funnest self-help book I've ever fucking read. And I genuinely mean it is fun to do. It's like filled with like puzzles and shit in some circumstances. Like some of the exercises that it requires you to do are fucking blast, dude. They're fun. And you just don't find that in the self-help book world. There's just too many books that are just continuous talking and no fun, you know? And this is the only one that I can think of that it truly was fun to do. And it's super quick read, but it's so fucking powerful because it teaches you how to change your own mind, how to reprogram the way you think about things. And, you know, that's what every other self-help book is doing, but it's telling you how to do it. You know, Viktor Frankl is trying to teach you the importance of meaning and how to put meaning into your life. David Goggins is teaching you the importance of mental toughness and how to implement mental toughness in your life and grow mental toughness. This guy is teaching you how to find out what sucks with your brain and change it. What sucks with your personality, what sucks with your characteristic, what sucks with your behavior, and change it. Officially for the better. You know, Alan Carr is teaching you how to stop a bad habit. Okay, all wonderful things to learn, but it's almost like a lot of these self-help books, you won't even be able to implement what's in them if you don't know how to change yourself. And this is exactly what this book is about. It is about how to change the way you think about things. And so that sounds really simple, like, whatever. It's not that big of a deal, right? No, it's a big fucking deal. You can't underestimate the gravity of being able to change who you are and how you interact with the world and the fundamental, whether it's maladaptive behaviors or negative perspectives of the world. You know, knowing how to identify those in yourself is half the battle, right? Understanding there's a problem and admitting to it is half the battle, right? This book shows you how to do that. Then it shows you how to change these for yourself without having to read another self-help book, okay? That's the thing. If you read this self-help book and you do all this and you burn this shit into your brain, you're never going to have to read another one, okay? You're not going to have to read David Goggins' book to become mentally tough, to understand mental toughness. It'll still help, but you will be able to do that on your own by hacking your own mind, okay? The processes he shows you work for everything. Well, they work every single thing that those self-help books we just talked about. Alan Carr teaching you how to quit bad habits. Viktor Frankl teaching you how to find meaning in your life. David Goggins teaching you how to develop mental toughness. You don't need any of those three guys to teach you anything if you can teach yourself how to spot what is wrong with yourself and how to implement it and change it in your own life. It is to me, for that reason, it is the pinnacle of all self-help books, because it is the self-help book that teaches you how to understand and how to identify the kind of self-help you need and how to implement it on yourself without anybody else needing to tell you shit. Okay, that's powerful. And then to have that, plus this book has fun exercises in every fucking chapter. They're actually like, it makes the book fun and it's interactive. It's just unique. There's no other book that's out there doing that. So 3 principles from this book, right? We're going to go through some of the content in this book just to kind of drum you up, get you excited and shit, get you all on my level, right? Because I'm excited about this shit. I don't know if you're excited, but I'm fucking stoked, right? So let me get you on my level with it. 3 mind hacking principles. 1, mind hacking is free. These are 3 principles that the book's going to burn into your brain. You can find solutions to any problem you have in life for free. Each member of a collective can benefit from each other. Together, we can invent a science of self-improvement. So, mind hacking, it doesn't take money for you to improve yourself. It doesn't. You don't have to have money to become a better person. Like I said, you don't have to buy any self-help book to improve yourself. You don't. If you bought this one, right? Mind hacking is experimental. Number 2, conduct experiments to find out what works. Experiment on yourself to see what works and does not work for you. And this concept seems simple and easy and almost silly. But when you really can think of your brain as a block of unchiseled stone or unmolded clay, and it is up to you to take this clay, this stone, whatever it is, okay, and it's going to have, because you weren't there to mold your own brain during childhood. As a child, you don't get to mind hack. You don't get to mold your own brain and your old personality. You don't get to do that. A lot of studies find that a lot of adults in America aren't even capable of fully abstract thought processes until they hit around 20 to 25. It changes for everybody. Everybody's different. There's people who are, jump on that train early, but if that's the case, then for most of your childhood, it's your parents, your teachers, and your older siblings, and the people you look up to and the people around you that are defining what you are, that are changing who you are. And yes, you're making choices here or there. Who do you want to be like? Who do you really look up to? All of that shit. Okay. But so much of what's going into who you become after, say, the age of 15, 16 is coming from sources outside of yourself. Okay. Once you're an adult and you're past that point, it's all on you. It's your responsibility to take the good, the bad, the ugly, everything that everybody gave you, and the brain that it created, the personality that all of that process created as a child, that all these people around you created. Now it's yours. It's your your lump of clay. It's your block of unchiseled stone. And it might be beat to shit because of what people did to you, or it could be perfectly untouched, or it might be already halfway chiseled for you. You know, a lot of kids, I didn't particularly grow up in this environment, and when I consider it a blessing, and a lot of kids did. A lot of kids grew up in an environment where from the very get-go, their parents were chiseling that block in the way they felt it should be. And I knew kids like that in recording industry. You know, when I worked in recording studios, we had a band. Fuck, what was the name of that band? They redid a good cover of California Dreamin'. You know this song? California Dreamin'. Good song, really dope song. It was the Eagles, I think, sang that song. I don't remember. Really good song. They did a cover of it. I think it was like the Christopher Brothers. I think their name was the Christopher Brothers. That was the name of the band. And there were 3 young kids. The youngest was 13 and the oldest was 17. 3 brothers who played in a band. They could all play each other's instruments. Very talented little shits and really good kids too. So much fun to sit and hang out with and record their album. And they recorded boy band, pop, punk, pop stuff. They weren't, just regular pop boy band stuff, but they were really nice kids, man. So cool. And their parents were really chill and very loaded and real connected into the music industry. So they're building their kids up to become famous musicians. Well, I remember their 13-year-old kid had his birthday. He turned 14 when we were recording their EP. And his 13th birthday was in the studio recording drums for the songs. Me and the other engineers had to sing happy birthday to him and eat his cake with him. And he recorded drums all day long until he passed out on the guest room couch in the recording studio. And I remember sitting there with a couple other engineers, one or an intern, and the head engineer of the studio, and thinking, damn, dude, this is what this kid got for his birthday. Can you imagine that? It's your birthday and your parents say, no. You're going into the studio to record 8-10 hour worth of drums. And then we'll do a party. The engineers at the studio that you just met will sing you happy birthday. But you don't get to have friends over and do this shit. You're going to eat cake at the studio and you're going to work. Because that's what we want from you. That's what we expect. You are going to be a famous musician. This is what famous musicians do. They don't have their birthdays with their fucking friends and shit, okay? So 14-year-old kid, your 14th birthday, this is what your birthday is. And he doesn't get a choice in that, okay? Because his parents want him to be a famous musician, so he doesn't get a choice in that. And I remember seeing this when I was about 20. I think I was only 20 at the time, 21, going on 21, and sitting with the other intern in LA. This was in Los Angeles, and I'm thinking, fuck, dude, this is kind of sad, And the other intern was like, God, dude, that is so fucked up, isn't it? Like, that's crazy that's that kid's life. And the engineer was like, I've seen way worse, bro. That's normal. That's normal Silver Lake, Beverly Hills parenting right there. You decide what your kid's going to be, and then you chisel that block of that stone down until they are the perfect musician or whatever, And so these kids don't even get a choice, By the time they're adults, it's already chiseled. Whatever that is, though, that uncarved block, that lump of clay that you get after your childhood, whether people chiseled on it and they fucked it up or they made it amazing, it is yours to chisel from this point on. Once you're an adult, it is up to you to figure out what you want yourself to be, what you want to be in life and what you want to look like and the kind of life you want to live. And you get that clay now to mold it into what you want, that block to chisel it, And you're going to make mistakes, you're going to fuck it up. But when you think of your mind as something to get to where you want that block to be, from where it is, you're given this block from all the work that people did on you as a child. You get your mind, your brain, that's going to have all kinds of fucky things wrong with it, because even if you have the best parents in the world, nobody's perfect, and that includes your parents, my parents, all our parents are not perfect. It's impossible. Most thankless job on the planet. It's impossible to do perfectly, right? No matter what you went through as a child, you get this block of stone now, your mind, your brain, your personality, your behaviors, and you get to chisel what you want out of it. Seems like a simple process. And a lot of people get freaked out by that. The reality is you're going to fuck it up. You know, if you can look at it as an experiment, right? Conduct experiments to find out what works. Decide, hey, I'm going to chisel this way. I want to be like this. Therefore, let me try this. I have this kind of problem. Therefore, let me fix it by trying this. When you see yourself as an experiment and you're willing to experiment on yourself, your personality, your mindset, your mentality, it opens up a flood of doors, man. Just that one concept where you can where you can see yourself as your own experiment. You are you get to be what you want to be, but that requires you to take a chance and go out there and experiment. It just changes the game, man. It changed the game for me. It's like, whoa, dude, like this is what's missing in my life. This is the thing that just never got taught in school to me. It is up to me to experiment on myself to figure out what I need to do to become the person I want to become. Instead of waiting for people to give me the answer, I just need to go out and find that. And the only way I can do that is through experimenting. That's it. That's all I got. And that was such a powerful thing to learn. It was so powerful to learn that concept and put that concept into practice. That was a massive moment in this book. Okay. And then the third principle it teaches you in this book, mind hacking is mastery. To master your minds, you should master your life. And the essential right there is your life. This is how you change your life for the better, is you change your behaviors and you change this thing keeps messing with me. You change your behaviors and you change your personality and you change your perspectives of the world. And if you can do that, then you can change your life. That's how you change the quality of your life. I'm having to sync my headphones. They're acting like a couple little butt heads here. So give me a minute to sync these real quick. Hopefully they charged up a little bit. Enough for me to get through the rest of this stream with some sound in my ear. Okay, we're good. We're golden now. Awesome. So, yeah, I can't stress that enough either. Again, there's so much to learn here, and it all seems like such simple shit. But if you can be the master of your own mind, meaning you understand how to change your personality and your own behaviors, you're not afraid to do it, and you know what the process looks like, you can change yourself into whoever you want, and you change your life. You change the trajectory of your life. That is that locus of control. You know, this book really burns it into you. So, hacking process. There's 3 categories of mind hacking: analyzing, imagining, reprogramming. Analyze. Check the source code of your mind. This is a clever thing this book does. This book gives you tons of really amazing examples of history through different people who in history who did this kind of process of mind hacking. They didn't call it that, but everybody from, Thomas Jefferson to, I don't know, Abraham fucking Lincoln, all kinds of people, right? Albert Einstein, some of the greatest thinkers in the world were engaging in this idea of they didn't call it mind hacking, but how to change who you are as a person for the better was a constant in their lives, right? So this book has tons of good stories. It's called mind hacking because it runs with the metaphor of hacking a computer, changing the source code of your computer, changing the operating software in your computer. So check the source code of your mind. What are you thinking? How can you disengage from the mind movies you produce? Remember, you are not your mind. We went over this in multiple different streams, the importance. I think I have a short video on YouTube out that talks about this. You are not the content inside of your mind. You control the content inside of your mind, but they're 2 separate things. You are not your thoughts, right? Imagine how to do something cool and unexpected. Remove the constraints you place around yourself to imagine the impossible. This is very positive thinking. Imagine the most amazing self you can be and shoot for that. Imagine yourself doing things that you did not think you were capable of doing and the importance of doing that. And then reprogram the code in your brain, your computer, until you transform your life. Repurpose the technology to create what you can imagine. And that's the general process, right? And then we go through a couple other things here. Yeah, that's he goes over so many concepts in this really short book. The habit loop. To retrain your mind, you have to make practicing the exercises a habit. The habit loop allows you to develop habits that are important to you. Loops help us to get things done. The element of the habit loop includes choosing a consistent time to work on developing a new habit. Choose a consistent place. Pick a place where you can practice your new habit without being disturbed. Choose a consistent reminder. What cue can you use to remind yourself to work on developing a habit? Choose a consistent reward. Be consistent and practice, not perfection. If you miss a day, do not give up and start again, yada, yada, yada. So a lot of these issues mentioned in mind hacking. Oh, look at that. That's cool. The actually has a whole list of books that are mentioned in this book. I didn't realize that. See, there's Benjamin Franklin, not Thomas Jefferson. Benjamin Franklin, that's the guy, right? Think and Grow Rich, The Power of Habits. Those are also pretty high up on the self-help book list. We don't have them on mine, but there's some concepts in this book to kind of help you understand what kind of material you're going to be working with when you're reading the mind hacking book. There's so much in there, though, that it's really dense with material, right? So this book was, again, the Power of Now was the first book that I ever read that introduced me to meditation, the powers of meditation. Mind hacking was the first book that I ever read that gave me legitimate, genuine ways to meditate. That it was the only book that described to me how to meditate effectively, and then gave me different ways of going about that, different types of meditations you can do, and how you can make those meditations fun. Again, a huge part of this book is making personal growth fun. And that's something that none of the other books on this list do. None of the other books are interested in being fun. They're interested in giving you information and then pushing the importance of that information on you. This book makes it enjoyable to grow as a person. And so I'm looking through some of the chapters. Part 1 of the book is about analyzing your minds. You know, it's talking about developing intense concentration, debugging negative thought processes, getting rid of negative thought processes, learning how to identify negative perceptions of yourself and other people. These usually end up feeding into maladaptive behaviors that personally affect you negatively in your life and negatively affect the people in your life. But in this chapter, I mean, you learn how to stay aware of your thoughts. You learn how to meditate. You learn a whole series of very effective, what's the word I'm looking for? A whole series of very effective techniques for gaining control over your minds, right? Part 2 of the book is called Imagining. It's about creating a positive outlook of yourself, creating what it is you want to be, finding that meaning that Sir Jonathan Hargrave thought about, identifying what it is you need to do to become the thing that you want to be, and then learning how to develop positive thought loops or positive perceptions of yourself and the world around you that you're going to need in order to go out in the world and accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, right? But it's all about being creative and developing the courage and the confidence to see yourself in the best light humanly possible. They just got to do, yep, okay, hold on. Okay, and then part 3 is the actual reprogramming. So the actual learning the techniques to replace your negative thought patterns or behaviors with positive thought patterns and positive behaviors, right? So like I said, this book is cognitive behavioral therapy light. It's not exactly cognitive behavioral therapy. It's the light version that you do on your own without a therapist. And it's very powerful. It's fun. It gives you so many techniques that you would learn in therapy anyways. I broke out my cognitive behavioral therapy book back in the very first stream that I did. I broke that book out. I used to sit and write down every day. I kept like basically a cognitive behavioral therapy journal of different exercises, mental exercises I needed to do throughout the day to change certain aspects of my personality, behaviors, whatever, to do exactly what this book is talking about, the reprogramming part of it, to change the way I think about the world and replace my negative behaviors with something better, right? So I had a whole checklist every day that I'd run through, meditate 20 minutes a day, focus on this, change that, make sure you do, say hi to one random person every day. When I talked about on a stream, I have a short on it when I learned how to say no, learning how to say no. I would sit in a courtyard and smoke cigarettes And when somebody came up and asked for a cigarette, I would say no. And I want to give them a cigarette. And it was me developing the ability to learn how to say no to people, even when it's something small, even when it upsets people, even when I'm being kind of a dick about it, you know. And the point was to develop the habit of saying no, because I understood that this was an issue that I had in life. I just wasn't good at saying no. And so learning how to do that took time, but the whole process of that, you know, coming up with the idea of, you know what, I know how I can get better at saying no. It came from this book, right? And that's what this book can teach you that is so important. That's why this book is my number one book. It's not just that it's fun, because it is, it's very enjoyable, really fun to do the book, but it leaves you with a process that is the most important process out of any self-help book, the process of being able to identify what is wrong with you and how to change it. And that's, I mean, that right there is something they should be teaching kids in high school. I mean, that's, again, it's cognitive behavioral therapy light. They should be teaching all of us how to see aspects of ourselves that are not good and change them. Too many adults think they know how to do that and they have no fucking idea. Too many people think they're changing themselves when they're not changing anything. Too many people don't know how to change themselves or don't think they need changed, and life changes them for them. In some cases, if they're lucky, life changes them in a good way. In a lot of cases, they're unlucky and life changes them in a really bad way. They change for the worse. I'm of the opinion you're always changing whether you like it or not. If you're not pushing yourself to change, move forward, then you're moving backward. You just don't fucking realize it, okay? But that comes from that mentality that I kind of share with David Goggins. Life is always coming at you. It's always going to try to push you back. You always got to be fighting to move forward. And if you aren't, then you're moving back, you know, sort of thing. But too many people in life think they're moving forward, think they're changing themselves for the better, and they really have no fucking idea how to do that. This book, you know, the ultimate way to learn how to do that would be find a good, high-quality therapist, go to cognitive behavioral therapy, and do that for years with a therapist. That would be the ideal way of doing it. But in lieu of doing that, or in addition to doing that, this book right here gives you that ability. And that's why it's so important to me. That's the most important takeaway from that book. Cons of the book, you know, not really, you know, gosh, that's the thing. That's why these are my top 3 books, is because there really isn't any cons that I can think of. You know, I can think of some cons for David Goggins' book, but it's mostly, you know, cons for specific kinds of people. Ultimately, I do think most people in the world would be happier if they develop more mental toughness. You know, they don't have to develop the mental toughness of David Goggins, but anybody who says, oh, don't listen to David Goggins because he's a psycho and what he does is incredibly unhealthy. It's like, well, yeah, but David Goggins tells people not to do that. Okay. So David Goggins specifically tells people, don't go out there and act like me. You don't have to. You can be 2% of what I'm doing and still be amazing, but don't limit yourself is all I'm saying. Don't limit yourself, and don't live to the expectation of what I do. Live to your own expectations. Take an expectation of yourself and surpass it. That's all he's teaching you to do. And everybody who's lying, or everybody who's telling you, no, you know, you're saying the thing, they haven't read anything that he said. Otherwise, they would know, well, that's kind of a moot point since he already tells people when they read his book not to be like him. You can't say, well, don't be like him. Well, he says that. And so there's no reason for you to say it. If they just read his book, he'll tell them that for you. They don't need you to tell them that. But still, there is people who legitimately aren't going to like David Goggins' attitude, the way he curses, or that, you know, Navy SEAL ethos, any of that kind of stuff. And that's fine, whatever. You got your own things. But I really can't think of a con to the mind hacking book. Even if you're not on the market for self-help books, Jesus Christ, dude, Mind Hacking is a fun book. It's $10, bro. It's fun, and it teaches you a very viable skill set. Such an important skill set for everybody to know. You might as well just do it. Even if you don't think you need help. You would be very surprised. When you get done with that book, you'll be incredibly surprised with how much help you might have thought you didn't need, how much you thought you actually needed, or the ways in which you never realized you could improve yourself. You know, you might be an awesome motherfucker. You might be motherfucking, you know, the Fonz, man. You're super cool. You're chill. Everybody loves you. But there's always something you can improve on. And this book will show you how to identify that and then how to go about doing that in a really fun way, in a way that nobody else is giving you this material in the same manner. He makes it so easy to understand, so much fun to interact with the material. It's the best, it's the most interactive self-help book I've ever read. And for all those reasons, it's my numero uno, man. So there it is. That's my number one self-help book. Here we have some, what are these called? Honorable mentions. That's what these are called. So here's some honorable mentions. No More Mr. Nice Guy, a proven plan for getting what you want in love, sex, and life. So this doesn't go to my top 10. It's a really good self-help book because it identifies a very distinct and very specific problem for men in this world. It's No More Mr. Nice Guy. It's a book for men. And it is specifically about men who have been, from one reason or another in our society, trained to not essentially act like men. They've been trained to avoid masculinity, to avoid, what's the word I'm looking for? Avoid masculinity, mental toughness, they just, for whatever reason or another, in a lot of cases, they're just trying to avoid like the stereotypical douchebag, college bro or whatever. But for one reason or another, they just didn't have any help in their life in becoming a healthy man and a man that respects himself. They don't have that. And Mr. Dr. Glover has identified this problem with a lot of younger men. A lot of these younger men who have this issue, what they have an issue with is being too nice of a guy, letting everybody step the fuck all over them and treat them like shit. There's so many guys in the world who do this. And there's so many people in the world who are trying to incentivize men to do this, to shut up, sit down, and don't put your voice out there. Don't demand anything from anybody, because that's you being a pussy. That's you being an asshole. That's you being toxic masculinity, right? And just too many people get this message. Too many young men get this message, and it's not coming from a good place. In a lot of circumstances, a lot of people who are out there with these messages for how young men need to improve don't give a fuck about young men. They give a fuck about young women. They're talking about how young men can improve from a perspective of feminism. And the thing about feminism, it was very necessary in our world. It accomplished a lot of very important things in our society that were very, very important, not just to women, but our entire society. Okay. But the good things it accomplished for society were secondary effects to the good things it accomplished for women. Feminism is the preoccupation with women's problems. And any person who's trying to convince you nowadays that, oh no, modern day feminism's for men too, it's how men can, they're lying to you. They're straight up bullshitting you, or they're fucking stupid and they don't know what they're talking about. And I mean that. I don't give a shit. No, feminism is preoccupation with women's issues. Okay. And that's perfectly fine. It doesn't need to be anything else. Feminism doesn't need to be about anything else. It shouldn't be. It should be about women. Let it be about women. It doesn't need to be about men. Fuck off with that. Okay. But the reality is then is you have a very specific set of things that feminism should be allowed to speak on, and other things it shouldn't be allowed to speak on. Sorry, but if you're coming from a feminist perspective, then telling men how they can be better isn't about men. It's about you. It's about men helping out women. And when men are having mental health crises the way that they are in this country, guess what? Your opinion really doesn't matter. Your opinion can be left on the sideline. What we need is people who care about young men and their betterment to tell young men how to be better. Not a whole world full of people telling young men how they can be better for everyone else. No. What that is inevitably turned into is a large portion of our society who are nice guys, who get shit on and treated like fucking dirt all day long and build up a level of resentment towards women that ultimately turns them into a bunch of red pillars. It turns them into incels. This is what your incel is. It's your nice guy who thought that what I needed to do in life was be quiet and nice and sit in my little spot and do all the things that women want me to do. And it turns out that when you do that, women don't fucking like you. Turns out nobody likes you. They think it's fucking pathetic when you act that way. So don't act that way. And these guys never got that help. There was no father in their life to teach them not to act that way, or their father was that way, or people in their life actively fought against them when they acted that way as a child. And because of that, they're fucked and nobody seems to care. And they end up becoming very mean and resentful. And that's not good for them. That's not good for the people in their life. That's not good for women. That's not good for anybody. Okay. So this book is really good at analyzing this particular problem. This guy, Dr. Robert Glover, is a certified family therapist. He is a psychiatrist and a doctor of psychiatry. He correctly identifies this issue and helps young men work over it. Now, the reason why I don't have this book in my top 10 list is because as it's only made for a very distinct group of men. The reality is there's so many people in the world that are having issues, men and women, and a lot of the men aren't having this issue. There's men out there who are having mental issues and emotional issues in their life, and it doesn't have anything to do with anything that I just talked about. Okay, it's a completely different thing, right? And this book, it's not really going to help them. You know, I read this book, and I read this book. Funny enough, I remember I read this book because when I was young, I would hear that a lot. I'd hear, "You're too nice," or "You're such a nice guy," or "Wow, there's so many nice guys like, or there's no nice guys like you," and all that bullshit. Well, especially the too nice thing. People telling me, "You're too nice." And it was always somebody that I was doing something for, right? Now, you also got to remember the people I grew up around as a kid were, for the most part, a lot of them real shitty people. You know, a lot of them ended up overdosing. A lot of them ended up going to prison. You know, me and all my brothers have had issues with drugs at this point in our lives multiple times over and had to go through massive changes in who we were as people. We didn't grow up around healthy people, you know, and we had a lot of people where we grew up and a lot of our friend groups that just weren't healthy people, man. And so it was very common to have people who really did not like it when I was a kind person, when I just did things to help people out. There was people who fucking hated it. And there's people who took advantage of it too. And I caught it from all kinds of angles, and it included the women. I was a very not healthy dude growing up, dude. I had my own mental and emotional issues that I didn't know how to fix. That's why I went on this massive mental health and personal health growth, right? Yeah, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think I needed it. I needed it. And I just didn't know how to do it. I didn't have anybody there to say, "This is how you need to grow to become a better person." And aside from a handful of small people, the majority of people I just didn't trust to give me good advice because I had had so many people in my life that gave me absolute fucking shit advice. That's why I keep telling you, the best advice I was ever given was be careful whose advice you take, because I have had people give me the worst fucking advice. This bullshit of just be kind to women and they will love you. Bullshit. That's not advice. No. Go out and act like a man, because women like men who are masculine, who are attractive. You need that. Yes, good women want a kind man that treats them with kindness and treats other people with kindness too. They do like that. If you are also attractive and masculine, okay, there has to be an initial attraction. It makes sense. This isn't fucking rocket science. There needs to be an initial attraction to be attracted to you. And if you're not an attractive guy, you know, you can be the nicest guy in the world. You can be the kindest and gentlest person in the world. But if you walk around smelling like fucking BO with your fucking, you know, Cheetos dust all over your face and shit, women aren't going to like you, dude. They're not going to even give you a chance because they're like, "Ooh, that guy's gross." And you are gross. And you should not be gross. That's probably the best advice you can get for going out and finding women. Okay, but this idea that a lot of young men just got shoved into their brain of just go out and be a good guy and you'll find the good girls. It just doesn't fucking work that way, dude. Not for men, it doesn't. Okay, so men need an extra step. That's why there's, Jesus Christ, a whole fucking library you can make full of books teaching men how to hit on women. And there's what, like 5 fucking books teaching women how to do it, because we have different approaches in life. Okay, men, the way that men and women approach the dating scene is just fundamentally different. And if everybody knows this, if you want to argue it, you can argue, but argue against yourself, because I'm not going to listen. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to play into silliness. That's the reality of the situation, man. Everybody, you guys just need that extra help. There's more that they have to do than just be nice. And there's more that women have to do than just be kind, by the way. It's not easy for women in the dating scene either. I'm not saying that. I'm not writing it off like women have it so fucking easy. Like, I'm not saying that. No. They have a different set of things that they have to do in order to attract men. Okay, it is what it is. I don't know why this is crazy or confrontational thing to say, right? This book identifies to those specific men who did not get help in learning how to be masculine, learning how to be confident, learning how to be attractive to women, or what it even is that women are attracted to, because nobody's fucking helping them out and everybody's instead focusing on controlling them and making them less toxic. that it's turning them into the most toxic. These nice guys end up becoming the numero uno incel red pillars that hate women, you know? And this guy, it is an important book. It can help a lot of those guys with those issues. But if you don't have those issues, like I got this book and I took this book very seriously. It has exercises in the back of the book that you're supposed to do, and I did them. And, you know, there was 3 or 4 chapters in this book where I was like, oh, you know what? This is something that applies to me, right? Like this is definitely something I could use. But a lot of the book, this isn't me, right? This isn't the problem I'm having specifically. The problem that I'm having specifically, again, there's certain things that I didn't learn growing up in life. And some of them are in this book. I'm like, okay, this is helpful to think of it this way. Or you know what? I should focus on that a little bit. But the book as a whole is specifically for the guys who have been kind of bullied into being the quintessential nice guy who just lets everybody step on him. And that, although I would say at some point in my life I did have problems with like assertiveness, it was more like I had those 2 modes of either I flip the fuck out or I'm just going to sit and take it until I flip the fuck out, right? I definitely had that going, but this book didn't really help with that at all. What really helped with that was just self-confidence, building self-confidence by working out, doing MMA, you know, those kinds of things made it much easier for me to tell people to fuck off when they need to fuck off, you know. But still, this goes a little bit deeper into just, oh, you know, you're not sure when is it appropriate to tell people to go suck a dick, right? You're not sure when it's appropriate or the appropriate way of going about that. Because that was kind of an issue I had too. Some guys, you don't learn how to appropriately deal with confrontation. So you only have one way of doing it. It's either I'm going to tell you to suck a dick or I'm going to punch you in the face. And if I do either of those 2 things, everybody tells me I'm a piece of shit, even though this guy was clearly fucking with me, you know? And so it's like, well, this is the only way I know how to deal with this. How else am I supposed to deal with this? And everybody's like, well, you're supposed to do this. And it's like, okay, Jesus Christ, like my fucking bad. But this book dives a little bit deeper into people that may have guys who may have an issue dealing with like confrontation or may have a confidence issue. This is confidence issues specifically surrounding sex and romantic endeavors and really bad past relationships and specifically, obviously, bad relationships in your romantic life. And the end result being these guys who are too afraid to go out, be masculine, and have confidence in themselves and end up really seriously, resenting the world because of it and taking it out on the people around them, you know? So it is a good book. There's a lot of guys who could benefit from this book. You know, no shame here, man. No shaming you. If you're the kind of guy that sounds like this, you know, if you've ever been in like the incel ideology or the red pill ideology and you feel like, you know, I'm that guy. I'm resentful at the world because I feel like it's totally fucked me over and didn't show me how to go out and be a real man or show me what that looks like. And now I'm having a hard time with that. And it's played heavily into my dating life to the point that I can't get women to be with me. If you feel like you're that kind of guy, then go check this book out because this book could really help you out a lot. If you're not that kind of guy, if you think you're that kind of guy, it's worth to check it out anyways. You know, I didn't know that this was what book was about. I thought this book was legit just about not being a nice guy. Like, because I'd heard that my whole life. Oh, you're too nice of a guy, you know? And then at some point in my life, I met better people who stopped saying that kind of shit to me. And then I realized, oh, actually, no, like I'm appropriately nice. I started finding situations in my life where me being who I was, people enjoyed it. And the MMA gym is a place, dude, where people really appreciate how respectful I am, right? Me getting to gel with people, being kind with people. I mean, when I'm working techniques with people, I'm giving them feedback. I'm saying, no, you can squeeze a little bit here, squeeze a little there, do that. Oh, that's really good. You know, when I'm rolling with somebody and they pick me up and they double leg me and slam me on my head, you know, I get up and I say, dude, that was a fucking sick slam, bro. Good fucking job, man. You know, and that promotes people. I mean, that promotes the same behavior back to me. Is really all it is. I'm promoting a situation here where me and this guy can go hard at each other. We can walk off the mat with our lips bleeding and nose coming out of our blood coming out of our nose, and we're still friends and we're still excited to roll with each other because we can trust each other. We're not going to actually break each other's fucking limbs here. This is just practice. You know, it creates a situation where you can fucking slam my head into that mat, or I can slam your head in the mat, and you know, there's no ego here. I'm not doing it to make you look like a piece of shit. I'm just doing it because I want to wrestle. You know, the minute we get up, if you slam me, I'm going to slap your hand and say, dude, that was a dope fucking slam, dude. And having that humility there promotes a situation where nobody feels like their ego needs to go fucking crazy. And because of that, I get it all day long at the gym, dude. I would walk into the MMA gym. Of course, my headphones are dying again. And I would walk into the MMA gym and people loved to roll with me, man. I had so many partners. I would ask like, hey man, can I partner up with you today? I had my pick of partners, dude. I had kids at the gym who are asking me, hey man, you want to come and roll with me and my friends after the class today? Because they're excited to have me around, because I don't act like shit. I'm not ego filled. I'm not hurting people. I'm giving people good feedback. I'm making them feel good about themselves in a situation where we're all kind of uncomfortable, because we're all fucking sweating and farting all over each other, right? We're sweating on each other, choking each other's necks till we can't breathe and bending each other's joints. And a lot of us really suck at it because we're just learning how to do it. It's really good to have that mentality. It made my coaches like me. It made the people I rolled with like me. I never got no fucking beef. Funny enough, only when I was a kid and I was surrounded by weak-ass motherfuckers did I constantly hear this, you're too nice to everybody. You're such a nice guy and it's fucking blah, blah, blah. When I got into an MMA gym full of the toughest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life, nobody had that shit. Nobody said that shit. Everybody was like, bro, I really like this kid. He's fun to have around. Another area of my life where I just being good to people, just being kind in general, I just killed it, or it meant a lot to people, was online editing and critiquing people's stories. I do that occasionally, not as much as I used to, but I used to do that all the time. At least a couple times a week, I'd critique stories that people would write to help them get better. And I was always kind about it. I'd give them honest critique. This is what you need to fix here. This is something that isn't correct. You know, there's something here that I think you could fix. My personal opinion on this is that this could be fixed. But I'm very kind about it too. I'm like, but besides that, here's some shit that you did was fucking awesome. And if you don't want to fix this, that's not necessary. I'm just giving you my personal advice, man. I think you did this really good. I think this is really awesome. I think a couple rewrites here or there, and you got a sick fucking story, dude. Like, good fucking job, man. I don't know how long you've been writing for, but it sounds like you've been writing a long time, man. So it's awesome that you had the balls to put this on here and ask for help. And I hope that I said something that really helped you out, dude. I would get emails from people saying, hey man, can I just send you all my stories? Will you just critique every story I write? Because you're so good at it. And I was like, aw, no, but yeah, aw, thank you. That's so sweet. Like, I'm glad that you like that, bro. And as I got older and I got healthier, I found healthier people to have in my life, including women and friends, men. And I started to become surrounded by people who enjoyed the fact that I was a good person. And that's ultimately what it is. But at the time, I didn't know that. And it took a while for me to change who I was and realize I need to change a lot of the people around me. And still, I'm glad I read this book because it is a good book. I just don't put it in the top 10 because it's a book for a very specific set of problems that most people don't have. Okay, so take what you will from that. The Four Agreements. Another really good, almost put it in the top 10 because it is a really badass book. It's very simple. There's only 4 lessons to take from this book, The Four Agreements. I'm not going to tell you what they are. You should read the book. It comes from, what's the Toltec wisdom, ancient Toltec civilization, which I believe Toltec inevitably split into the Aztec and the Mayans. It was OG civilization before the Aztecs and the Mayans, right? So very old. This was their 4 agreements, was their 4 really important, I guess, what's the word? Values to live by, right? Some things would be like, fuck, I don't remember. It's been a while since I read this book. They're really important lessons, though. The one was like, be very careful with what you say. Really think about what you say. To the Toltecs, language was actual magic. And you had to be very careful what you said, because what you say can cast spells on people. Think about how you say something wrong and you can hurt somebody's feelings and fuck their day up. Or saying something good can make somebody's day better, even if they're having a shitty day. Think of stuff like that, right? Language is incredibly important. The things you say are incredibly important. Be thoughtful of the things you say. And be very thoughtful with your words. And understand that your words have a lot of power in this world. So be thoughtful about how you speak. That's a great value system to have. It really is. Now, again, I'm more of a proponent of like freedom of speech. You can say what you want to say, even if it hurts people's feelings. I'm a huge proponent of that. And I curse like a fucking sailor. You hear it all day long in my stream, you know. So, but it's still a really good lesson to learn. I still can take something from it. All 4 of the lessons I thought were very beneficial, very important. And, you know, here's just some couple lessons. These aren't the 4 agreements, but they're good lessons to learn. When you are impeccable, you take responsibility for your actions, but you do not judge or blame yourself. Responsibility is different than fault and blame. Yeah. Personal importance or taking things personally. Oh, that's right. Never take anything personally. That is such a good lesson, man. That's David Goggins in a nutshell. But this is a much more therapeutic book. It's much more spiritual, a lot like The Power of Now, but it's an ancient Toltec civilization sort of spirituality. That's really cool. Really interesting book, one of its kind. Personal importance or taking things personally is the maximum expression of selfishness because we make the assumption that everything is about me. Such a really unique way to think about that, right? When you take things too personally, it's not because you're sensitive. It's not because you're a sweet little baby angel snowflake. It's because you're selfish. It's because you want everything to be about you. Instead, just remember, it's not all about me, and you take things less personally. It's like, wow, what an interesting way to think of it. A lot of people would tell him to go fuck himself. They'd be like, hey, fuck you, asshole. I take that personally. But it is really interesting. It's just a really interesting way to think about it, you know? With that fear of being punished and that fear of not getting the reward, we start pretending to be what we are not, just to please others, just to be good enough for someone else. Interesting. So, yeah, I forget what that appeals to or pertains to, but yeah, that middle one, very important piece of work. Yeah, this book is really great, man. It's a really good book. I didn't include it just because there's only 4 lessons in there. A lot of these lessons you're going to find in other books, not taking anything personally. The same concept as David Goggins' The Armored Minds. And with David Goggins, you're getting a whole life story of him going through things that are very personal, and then him realizing the benefit of not taking those things personally anymore and how that improved his life. And to me, that was just more effective than how this book gave it to you. Okay. But still a good book, worth reading, really short. And if you like kind of like spiritual Goose Fraba type of vibes, this book is there. And then the last one, Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. This is the big reason this book isn't in the top 10 is because it's so chocked full of philosophy that you almost can only read like a paragraph. And you got to like set it down and be like, I need to think about that for the next year before I understand what the fuck he was saying and how it applies to my life and understand the gravity of it. It's a very heavy book. It's a really good read. I really recommend everybody reads it at least once because it really is incredible. But it's a Stoic philosophy, okay? Don't convince that with this huppy-duppy, nonsense today about, Stoicism is bad. The Stoic philosophy is really, really healthy and really awesome. There's a lot of great lessons to be taken from Stoic philosophy. And Marcus Aurelius, the writer of this book, he was a huge Stoic. Marcus Aurelius, he was the son, he was the main guy, the son of the Gladiator. Remember the Gladiator with Russell Crowe? My name's Maximus Decimus Aurelius. Husband to a mothered wife, father to a murdered son. That guy? Yeah, this is his son. In real life, that guy was a real guy. He didn't do the things that they said he did in Gladiator, but he was a real guy, and his son, Marcus Aurelius, was a real guy too. And he ended up being, him and his dad, Maximus Aurelius and Marcus Aurelius, were the most successful emperors of Rome. Marcus Aurelius was a Stoic, and this is his Stoic. This is his, he didn't even intend for this book to be published. This was his diary of his thoughts. And then when he died, and some fucker decided to publish it, and I'm glad that they did, because a lot of what he talks about in this book is classic Stoicism that is good for everybody to learn. Even just reading about it, just to know about it is important. So a lot of history in this book, a lot about Stoic philosophy, and I love philosophy anyways, but the Stoic philosophy is a really unique one that I think is very helpful. You don't need to do it exactly. Again, it's just so chocked full of information that it's hard to get through in even one sitting. And Marcus Aurelius was a super goody two-shoes, man. That guy, he was the most perfect dude in the world. This fucker didn't, so much as fucking fart in the wrong direction. And that's not entirely true, but in some places in the book, that's how it feels, where it's like, wow, like, I don't know if I want to live up to that standard, man. I don't know. I want to have a little fun in life. Fuck, you know? So, but you don't have to. You can just read it for what it is. Take the lessons that really appeal to you. And if you just do that, it's a good, solid book. It's just going to take you a minute to get through. You can speed through it, and you're not going to learn even half the shit that's in it. Or just take your time reading it, and it will benefit you to some degree. Okay, so that is the end of my self-help book list. This stream was total 5 hours. Holy balls. There was a half hour in there that I was out picking up worms, but that was still a very long stream. That's 4.5 hour stream. I think that's the longest stream I've ever done. Shit titties. What is it? 4 p.m.? It's 4 p.m. in this bitch? Oh my God. Okay, well, I'm going to go because I need to eat some fucking food. I haven't even eaten yet today. I need to go to Lowe's. I'm probably going to have to go to Lowe's tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to do that tomorrow. I didn't realize I'd be talking to you motherfuckers for 4.5 hours. I'm glad we did. To anybody who watched the live stream, I don't think there's anybody on it anymore. Everybody else got tired. I'm still here talking to myself. It's just me and my cutie pie. Everybody else is like, fuck this guy. He's 4.5 hours. I can't do this. So to everybody who did watch the live stream today, though, I really appreciate you tuning in. I hope you had some benefit from it, found something interesting about the live stream, and yeah, got something from it. So everybody who sees this video on YouTube, thank you for watching it. I really appreciate you, especially if you stuck all the way to the end. Holy Christ. Like, thanks for doing that. I hope you really found something useful out of this live stream. I had fun doing it for you. So thanks for checking it out. Leave it a like. Leave it a like and subscribe if you don't mind. If you enjoyed it, I would really appreciate that. That always helps the algorithm, helps me get my channel up and running. So I'd appreciate that. In the meantime, we'll be meeting here tomorrow at 11 a.m. Not for 4.5 hours. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But we will be meeting at 11 a.m. for Terrifying Tuesday. Tomorrow is going to be Haunted Japan. So we're going to go over all of the most haunted spots in Japan. So if you like scary shit, be here tomorrow at 11 a.m. either on Cool Beans Hot Stuff YouTube channel or the Cool Beans Hot Stuff Twitch channel. So anyways, you guys have a wonderful rest of what's left of the day. All right, take it easy, and I will see you next time. Peace.